All right, we are ready to get lined up for Class 1 Berks. So if you are in Class 1 Berks, you need to be in the holding pen right now. We are going to get started here pretty soon. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure to welcome you back to the Oklahoma Bred Swine Expo, the highest paying major Oklahoma pig show. Would you please stand and join me as we start with the national anthem? All right, guys, we are ready to get rolling with Class 1 Berkshire. So if you are not in the holding pens, you need to get so immediately. We're still missing 3 out of that first class. So if you are Class 1 Berkshires, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to go. We are pleased to introduce Kelton Mason of Montgomery, Texas. Kelton is a graduate of Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the 2003 National Champion Livestock Judging Team that was also on the champion team at the National Barrow Show in American Royal, all of which Kelton was champion or reserve high individual. Kelton now works as a sales representative for Lindner Feeds, as well as swine division manager at Show Circuit Online Sales. Over the past 20 years, Kelton has sorted shows in over 32 states, including 28 state fairs, World Pork Expo, and breeds at each NSR and CPS type conference. Kelton has 2 children, Caden, 16, and Camlin, 13, that enjoy showing swine and cattle across the country and have become more involved in the production side as well as judging over the last few years. We are excited to have Kelton with us at the 2025 OBSE. Please give him a warm welcome. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. If you are Class 2 Berks, you need to be in the holding pen at this time to get lined up for your class.
Well, good morning. Absolutely a pleasure and an honor to be here, and an opportunity that I'm looking forward to for quite a long time. This is obviously the busiest time in this part of the country, and they're south. We're kind of up against the wall, but I was going to do whatever we had to make sure and get to see this event firsthand and get the opportunity to be in the ring is definitely a blessing. We got to come here. I knew you were going to come out swinging. I knew we were going to have them maxed out, and I expect every single class to be tough. We're going to pull the trigger as fast as we can, as efficiently as we possibly can today, and yet at the same time, I'm never going to apologize for taking a little more time like we did here in the Berkshire deal. We have a top trio, and really as we roll through the class, the quality is absolutely incredible as you'd expect at this event. And the reason I set it up as a top trio is to be real honest with you, I've had all three of these to be our class winner, and honestly even in third, because extremely good setup. And we ended up landing on the young man there on the far side, or right here in the center of the ring now. And I'm not going to say that that's the combination of the ones, but if you started evaluating him just on an individual standpoint, I thought he was the one that kind of had the most, I guess, the most upside, the fewest things you'd like to maybe alter or change. And the individual that he came in and said, there's not going to be ones just a whole bunch stouter. There's not going to be ones just a whole bunch sounder. And then you get on top of them, there's not going to be ones that have much more edge, and then you just got to see what else is in class. And push comes to shove, and anytime it gets tough, I'm always a proponent of evaluating them individually. And like I say, that one's the hardest to pick a hole in. Comparing to the one in second, he's bigger and square about his edge. Compared to the one in three, he's sounder, more comfortable and mobile behind. Absolutely love him when he comes at you. Love his body shape. If I'm going to be critical, I could heighten him at this point of his shoulder just a nickel. I could trick him out and thin him up about his throat latch ever so slightly. The one that comes in second is absolutely an animal in terms of bone work and stoutness, and his arm is as thick as you could ever have one. For a Berkshire Barrow to be that rugged and that stout, he's clean jointed, and then where you've got to admire him is how easy he gets across the ring. That's as comfortable of a show barrow as you could ever want at this particular stage, and yet at the same time, to me, he's the longest from his shoulder to his ear. He matches that in terms of length of hip and stifle back, and that aids in his mobility. Love the shape and backward set to his forearm and knee as well. The reason he's two is you get on top of him, he's the blandest and the shape and needs more shape to his edge. Need to set him up better in the rear portion of his loin in terms of that muscle expression. And then as extended as he is, his nice balance, level design, and I still deem that one as an attractive barrow. He's looser there about his cheek and jowl down low, and I maybe be a concern as we continue to feed. She did an awesome job, and that is one sound cat, and that's why he ends up beating the one that comes in three. Now this is the biggest backed one, and we're not going to throw around a lot of cool phrases when they come in, but when he came in, the first thing he said is, that is a very interesting, and as the cool kids will say, that's a weird pig. And he is that because he has got some really neat outlying pieces that really hit you hard. I liked his bottom line, his jawline extremely good. His upper body reads expressive and awesome. He's still got great shape to his forerib. He's shorter in his upper hip. As longer we drove, that hindered his step just a nickel. As good he is down his jaw, he's got a little more crest up top as well. When this one that comes in four gets ready, he's going to be hell on wheels, because this is one awesome looking show barrow right here that's tall fronted, great looking. His proportionality is probably is in check as good as any of them. He's heavy duty in his structure combined with that attractiveness, and then he probably matches our second place barrow in terms of comfort level and mobility here. He's not as fresh in his look. He's not as fresh in just his presentation. He's not as expanded through his upper rib and body. He just needs some time to flesh and get ready. That one's going to be good. I realize this is a prospect show, but we're still showing them today, and this is where it counts. This barrow moved up, and when he first came in for me, I rated him just a little more fragile about his foot and his bone work, maybe a little bit harder in his look, and maybe a little more rigid in his movement. Ultimately, that's what slid him into 5. But that barrow there, if he continues to stouten with maturity, his edges read true. He's got a really attractive look. He's one of those Berkshire barrows that'll maintain his composition to a big weight. Love above his chest and sternum there as well. Ended up rolling this barrel down just a little bit from where I had him originally. Gets a little bit easier in his top line. And he came right at you. He wanted to maybe deviated his knee just ever so slightly, and that was a little more concerning because he's more advanced from a condition standpoint. He's got a little bit more cheek, jowl, and just a little more bark on him up front, if you will. But boy, he's got a big back and rib cage. I was able to talk to each one of these kiddos here. I'd like to make this one just a nickel taller fronted, but a good fundamental Berkshire barrow there. This is an awesome way to kick off what I anticipate to be a phenomenal show. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they head back to the barn. We're gonna have a really good day.
Results of Class 1 Berkshire Barrows. First place shown by Noah Wilson of Kiefer, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Jordan Smith of Blackwell, bred by MC3 Ward Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Will Jasper of Jones. Fourth place goes to Gannon Jervis of Blanchard. Fifth place shown by Langston Claiborne of Pauls Valley. Sixth place shown by Lily Walker of Chickasha. Seventh place goes to Violet Humphreys of Moreland. Eighth place shown by Kendall Whittington of Tecumseh. Ninth place shown by Maya Padilla of Purcell. And 10th place was shown by Sutton Willard of Covington Douglas. We're now showing Class 2 Berkshire Barrows. This will be your last class of Berkshires before the division lineup. DSL Hybrid is the official videographer of OBSE this year. He is offering Showman Spotlight videos, a unique way to capture your exhibitor's time in the ring. To book, contact him or visit the DSL Hybrid table near the backdrop. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give a round of applause to these exhibitors as they head back to the barns. Just a reminder, this is the last class of Berks before the division lineup. So if you were 1st through 5 in the first class, you need to be still in the holding pens. With that being said, after that, we will roll right into our chesters. So if you were class 1 chester, you need to be in the holding pen as well. The Certified Oklahoma Bred Association is proud to be the highest paying swine show in Oklahoma. During today's Barrow Show, we will pay premiums to the top 50 Barrows. In the Berkshire Show, 3 hogs are guaranteed premiums, so we will be lining up 6. So if you were in the top 5 in Class 1, you need to be staying around for the division lineup.
we get in Class 2, and the way I understand it, we only have 2 in the Berkshire deal. And again, one of the things that I really admire about you guys in Oklahoma is everything's competitive and everything is, y'all had the option, I guess, and there's several shows in my part of the world that might have broke it into several classes or 5 or 6, and for me, dummied things down. Whenever y'all pile them in here like that, the classes are going to be deep. There's going to be a lot of close decisions, and every class is going to be a little different. And this one right here, just kind of the organization and the way to sort it was quite a bit different than the other, to just find the logic and kind of get things together. Awesome organization, a way we can get them in and out of pins and kind of get a good look. But when you get those top 5, they come together fairly logically for me. And I'm also one that probably leans or lends to myself to first impressions the most of anything. And the bear that wins the class is the one that hit me the hardest on the entrance gate. That is one stout-skulled, stout-jawed kind of a barrow there that's still got an attractive look up front for a really rugged, stout, manly-looking barrow whenever he comes in. The shape to his forearm, his knee, and the way that his shoulder lays on his body is assembled maybe as good as you could have in a show barrow here. And still he opens up with forerib shape. He's got genuine spread and squareness when you get on top of him. And he's a barrow there. I'm not looking at sheets. I really don't care what they weigh. He looks like he's given up just a little bit of size and weight to the rest of them. He also looks more immature than the rest of them there as well. He can get and go. He's got plenty of stuff there. I could maybe give him a notch more punch as he leaves you, but he's got so much up top that I think you can definitely deem him powerful enough. And boy, that guy's just got a really, really rugged look. That's what allowed him to place over this one that comes in 2. Now this second place barrow, I like his height, the shoulder. I actually prefer his length of body in that pair as well. And I know that's probably not a popular thing to say, but I think his length kind of matches his height and allows him to look like a long-growing, later maturing kind of a barrow. He's an attractive barrow, an extended barrow, as we talked about. That still has some shape up top. For me, he just doesn't look as stout and rugged about his skull. He's a little slicker about his arm. The longer we drove him, I think he got a little more rigid right in the mid portion of his back, of his hip and his rear leg. He's not quite as comfortable as our winner. Again, we're being really picky. When that one hit the gate, I knew he was going to be at the very, very top end. The one that comes in 3 is the first bear that we had in class, and I knew he needed to get to a scale pretty fast. He may be as wide between his eyes as our winner. He is the very biggest backed barrow that we have here in the heavyweight Berkshires there as well, and he looks like a heavyweight barrow there too. Regardless where we stop him and show him, he looks like a barrow that can get to a heavyweight status and extremely genuine about his shape. You get off here from the side, he gets a little steeper out of his hip. He's pinned just a little lower, if you will. Gives you a little bit of a rounder look throughout, and he's a barrow there. Even though I think his angles read true and I think his angles read functional, I need him to go with a little faster, more athletic clip out here to secure his spot there in the top pair. This barrow moved up from where I had him originally. He's a barrow there that when he first came in, that initial impression, I wanted to open him up through his chest and knee, and ultimately that's what got him beat. But that's a fundamentally extremely good kind of a Berkshire barrow. Very practical in terms of his frame size and maturity. Very useful in terms of his body shape. His muscle texture is right. He's square leaving you. Just have to open him up coming at you. I'd like to raise his neck and head above his body just a bit better. That's where this barrow excels, because the front third of this guy looks like a show barrow. He comes in with presence and posture about him. He too's maybe a little more immature than some of the other ones in class, and that doesn't get him beat. What does is you get in behind him, and he sure wants to step outside the plane of his hip and just needs to be more comfortable, just more flexible and I guess functional in his rear step. I was already able to talk to the young man here. That barrow started just a nickel tight. He ended a little tighter, and at the same time, you've got to admire his quality, his shape, and the ability to get that barrow presented and fit today. Extremely, extremely good. Awesome class there again. We're going to have a great Berkshire drive to kick off the morning. Put your hands together for these kiddos one more time.
Results of Class 2 Berkshire Barrows. First place shown by Callie Budd of Sterling, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Second place goes to Claire Voss of Chisholm, also bred by Half and Show Pigs. Third place goes to Catherine McLean of Leedy. Fourth place shown by Sailor Norvell of Amber Pocasset. Fifth place goes to Gage Winters of Altus. Sixth place goes to Rainer Cope of Perkins. Seventh place goes to Kason Johnson of El Reno. Eighth place goes to Blair Bear of Hartshorn. Ninth place was shown by Tatum Smith of North Rock Creek. And 10th place goes to Zoe Lukasik of Kingfisher. We're now ready to start our Berkshire Breed Champion Drive. Once again, if you were first through fifth in those classes, you need to be in the holding pens.
As I said, when we kicked off that lightweight drive, I expected from Class 1 for it to be competitive and actually probably exceeded my expectations whenever ever dropped in here. You know, kind of driving up this morning. I was meant to come in last night, but we got busy taking care of livestock there south and got late, so I just drove in this morning. So I had some kind of time to think and was excited about it. To be real honest with you, a little nervous about it, and that's perfectly fine. If it does an event like this doesn't kind of give you some jitters and get your stomach turning just a little bit, then you're not in the same game. And I know everybody ringside it does. But the two things that I kind of thought there is how thankful I was to get the opportunity, how excited I was for the day, and yet on the negative side that I knew the lightweight Berkshires were going to be awfully tough, and I know the whole show will be good. But that class was phenomenal, and then I have to follow Mark Hogue on the microphone, so that's definitely never a fair thing by any means. But you get in here, I went ahead and redrove those first and seconds in those classes, and again, they're not all cookie cutter molds. I know we won't see that today. I know we're going to have a lot of differences there. As I made a comment, I guess I can't call this a prospect show. This is a major show and a major event, but it's still the same time I realize we have 50 days yet to go to the very end point, and I'm in the same position there at home with Houston Barrows, and so there's a little bit of that in consideration. But we came to play ball today, and y'all definitely did that. Again, that lightweight class was phenomenal, and then that Barrow that won that particular division or that particular drive comes out, and I made the comment in class on an individual merit. That's an extremely powerful Barrow, one that's hard to pick a hole in, and one of those that when you show up to the show, just say, well, what else are they going to bring? He's manly coming at you. He's bold in his center body. He's square leaving you. He's stout about his head, his arm, and his rear leg, and still clean about his joints. That is an extremely comfortable Barrow there, and maybe I get too into maybe those that are a little neater and thinner necked up front, and that's where I'd be a little critical, but everything fits and matches, and that allows him to balance there. The heavyweight Barrow that won that class hit me extremely good. I can't reiterate enough how perfect his shoulder, forearm, and knee sets in his body, and that allows him to drive and be comfortable. I love his neckline. I love his attractive look up front and matching that with skeletal stoutness. He's not quite as maybe powerful when you get right in behind him. He's not quite as fresh, I guess, if you would, as the other Barrow, but that's still very, very good. Second one's offered some advantages in those classes as we discussed, but again, phenomenal way to kick off the morning. I know we've got to move through things. We've got a lot of Barrows to show, and we'll kind of try to pick up the speed as we get the gears rolling. Today, my favorite's the lightweight. The heavyweight's going to be reserve champion.
Well, congratulations to your champion Berkshire Barrow, shown by Noah Wilson of Kiefer, bred by Goss Livestock. Reserve breed champion Berkshire goes to Class 2. That's Callie Budd of Sterling, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Your third overall was second place, Class 1, Jordan Smith from Blackwell, bred by MC3 Ward Show Pigs. Your fourth overall goes to Will Jasper of Jones. Your fifth overall Berkshire Barrow goes to Gannon Jervis of Blanchard. And your sixth overall Berkshire Barrow this morning goes to Langston Claiborne of Pauls Valley. That'll conclude our Berkshire show. We are ready to roll into Chester's. This will be the only class of Chester Barrows. This is our only class of Chesters, so with that being said, if you are Class 1 Duroc, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to go at this time. If you were here yesterday and lost your phone, we still have it up at the announcer stand. So if you can come claim your phone, you can have it back. But if you realize you didn't have it, we probably do. During today's Bear Show, we will pay premiums to the top 50 bears. In the Chester Show, 1 is guaranteed a premium, and we will be lining up 5. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns.
Well, we're 3 classes in and then second breed, and all 3 classes have kind of had to be organized and shuffled just in a little bit different manner, and that's perfectly fine. Hopefully you can still follow, but every class kind of has a little different logic about them, or maybe in my mind that it does, and this class kind of just need to be sorted the way that we witnessed there, and at the same token, I knew where we were going to start, and I knew where we were going to be second, and these 2 bears are out here, so that's your eventual champion, reserve champion. Young lady, you have the champion. That's the best Chester bear by a mile in this particular class to me. We talk about tall-shouldered, attractive ones, and he's definitely that. Sound, mobile, and comfortable. He's got cushion down low, but he's still propped up and strong about his posture. He's square in terms of his build there, and I know we all want to throw around proportionality, and for me, that's one of those terms that just kind of loosely gets tossed out there on all of them. That one is a very proportional bear. Height matches length, matches maturity, matches condition. That's a very good kind of a pig there. I'm not going to say he's the most powerful. I'm not going to say he's absolutely the stoutest in the ring that we have today. But like I said, he wins and wins pretty easily for me. I like the rib cage. I like the genuine shape up top and the loin edge of the bear that comes in 2 halves. He probably is stouter about his skull there as well. And honestly, the shape to his shoulder and knee, we've talked about that in the Burks already. That one's bend and flex there, and where it lays on his body is extremely comfortable. Where I fall issue with him, or the reason he comes in 2, is he's just tighter out of his hip, and his rear leg wants to jab onto the ground a bit harder and more rigid than what we'd say ideal. And for me, even though I don't mind just a nickel more length of body than maybe some guys prefer, that one's length maybe doesn't match his height, and that ratio's maybe just a nickel off, throws his balance out of whack just ever so slightly compared to our winner. But like I said, there was a first and there was a second in a clear-cut manner there in my mind. 3, 4, 5 can all be shuffled around, and I did so when we brought them back out there. And honestly, the bear that comes in 3, I guess you wouldn't necessarily say that he's necessarily my kind, but as so many people say, good livestock come in different shapes and kinds and sizes, and that one genuinely a very good bear. He's stout-armed, he's got bend to his rear leg, he's bulky and dense, and one of those bears there that's got as much mass as you can with still a fairly comfortable skeleton. The reason he's not my kind, he's a little quicker in his maturity pattern, he's a little lower to the ground, got a little more crest, and maybe just need to be extended on his front end of his body. Good kind of a pig, though. Another one of those, I've used that term once, and I said I wasn't going to use it, and I'm using it a second time. This is a weird pig that comes out in 4th, and I bet that one's gotten several Chester Bears banners this time, and that's perfectly fine. He is dead level from his shoulder back and out of his hip. He will take a killer picture there at the backdrop. He's got the modern day look in terms of hair and shag that he offers there as well. As good as he is from his shoulder back, I've got to attach his head and neck on his body in a different way. As much spread he has up top, he comes the narrowest through his chest, the narrowest whenever you leave him there, and he's a bear there. I'm not being critical at all. We could probably dial back just a little bit on the paint and probably make him look fresher. But that is a unique bear. I love his hip set, love his levels design. Young lady's got a very, very competitive one, and I think, like I say, if he hasn't already won some banners, I bet he can still do so. This bear is just on the extreme side, I guess, for me, and he's obviously, you have to admire how much spread and back shape that he offers, how big his rib cage is, and for that big of a caboose, he can flat go out of his hip and his rear leg. When he comes at you, he sure wants to turn his ankle in a bit more than ideal. He wants to push outside of his body in terms of his elbow and where that lays on his skeleton. We can all see he's got a little more maturity about his head, neck, and crest, just maybe not quite the look that the ones right ahead of him had. Front 2/3 like this bear a lot, really like his jaw and shape that he offers there. When you get in behind him, he wants to draw on his hock, and we have to square him up there just a bit. Interesting flighty-eared bear here that comes in next. I bet that one's better days or whenever at his true end point, because I love his height, the shoulder, love his comfort level, a clean jointed kind of a bear that's square at the ground. I wanted to maybe stouten his head and change his skull shape in him just a nickel. You get in behind him, he's the flattest out of his hip and his pins and as he leaves you, but still very, very good kind of a bear. Like I said, he looks like one of those that whenever he gets to that heavyweight status could be as good as any. Strengthen this guy's back, maybe looks like we're maybe having to hold back on him just a little bit, starting to take a toll in his upper skeleton, but a good kind of a bear, very functional in terms of the way he handles his structure there. Let's put our hands together. Great set of Chesters all the way through. Kids are doing an awesome job.
Well, congratulations to your champion Chester exhibitor, Maddox Henry from Caddo, bred by Gadsden Jervis. Your reserve champion Chester was shown by William McPeak of Chickasha, bred by Weather Show Pigs. Third place went to Presley Bennett of Yukon. Fourth place went to Kennedy Woods of Hartshorn. Fifth place is shown by Sailor Norvell of Amber Pocasset. Sixth place goes to Zoe Lukasik of Kingfisher. Seventh place shown by Grant Gosney of A-Line Clio. Eighth place goes to Aiden Johnson of Mustang. Ninth place goes to Braylon Brassfield of Minko. And 10th place was shown by Landon Seaton of Tecumseh. We're now ready to show Class 1 Durocs. Class 2 Durocs, you need to be in the holding pens at this time. We have had another phone turned into the announcer's stand that was found in the north barn. If you lost your phone in the north barn, we have it at the announcer's stand, and you need to come claim it. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns.
I didn't ask how many red classes we have, but I'm assuming several. But we kick off here 21 entries with 10 that get to the scales, and I think an extremely deep kind of a class there. I opted to go bottom up and kind of let problems sort and maybe get to study them just a bit more. Obviously, the red breed is always the ones, particularly at this stage, they're made and maybe built just a little differently than some of the other ones. You've got to get in and digest them just a bit more. But boy, there's a lot of quality, and we all know a lot of things can change as they go there. You know, I said I was never going to apologize for any length of time. These kids deserve it, but the only one I'm going to apologize to in this class is our class leader. I should have went in and caged that one up and just let him rest and go, because he was going to win from the very beginning there. That is a monster rib cage in this Barrow. He's one of those that has a big body shape in terms of his forerib and mid body, and carries that consistently. The rear portion of his cavity there, you translate that up, and he's got easily the most spread, the most dimension up top. He's powerful leaving you, and then he's absolutely the squarest, the most genuine leaving you as well. I love his chest floor, his sternum, the way he lays in him there. I'd like to give him more slope and angulation there through his shoulder and blade, but Barrow, though, we drove him for a long time, and yeah, he's tightening just a trifle, but that one's loose enough for me to win this class, and like I said, so did from the very beginning. The one that comes in two is an intriguing creature for sure. It's very stout about his arm, not only here from the side, but when he comes at you, he's thick there in terms of his leg. He goes away from it with a huge column of bone, and then there's probably the most comfortable one from a skeletal makeup perspective. I call that one just right on the mark in terms of a combining height, the shoulder, lateness, and maturity, and still being moderate enough to be a power Barrow there in the end. Today, he reads just a little bit narrower about his pin set. I think he's a narrower gauge Barrow, actually. If you study through his lower body, and as he leaves you, we could base him just a nickel wider compared to our winner. The Barrow that comes in three is probably not everybody's cup of tea, but he definitely fits my style here from the side. One of those that's truly up-fronted. We talk about tall-shouldered and up-fronted ones. His blade's actually higher than the mid portion of his loin and his hip there. He's got a gorgeous look up through his jawline, and not only is he slick and clean about his jaw, his head and neck comes out of his shoulder at the angle that they're supposed to, regardless what species we're talking about, and then he can go really good out of his rear skeleton. I like a lot of things about him. He needs to be wider right out of his chest. God didn't bless him with a big old stout tail root, and that kind of weirds you out when he first comes in, but you get past that. If we're getting down to our size of tail, then we're probably getting a little picky. That's a good Barrow. Tons of quality here from the side. I read him fresher and then just maybe a bit better from a balance and symmetry standpoint than the next Barrow that comes in. This one probably does have an advantage in terms of blade stoutness and dimension when he comes right at you. He's probably also stouter about his jaw. He wants to get a little easier in his top line, a little more pitch there at his hip loin junction, and just need to maybe freshen his look up in him just a bit. This Barrow, when he first came in, really captivated. I guess I'm always drawn to those that have this kind of look and presence about them, but quite simply, when he comes at you, there's just not enough of him. Same token, whenever he leaves you, he's got to open up as he continues to mature, dead level, and really sound and comfortable. The next pair of Barrows come, and they're just a little bit lower to the show ring surface. Need to pick them up from a maturity standpoint. I say that from a frame size standpoint because they're both showing a little bit more maturity about their head, neck, and crest for this particular stage of the game. But boy, they're stout, wide, and powerful. Again, another person on the microphone would switch a lot of these classes around. That's the way that I saw them. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos that did an awesome job.
Results of Class 1 Duroc Barrows. First place shown by Channing Goodson of Tecumseh, bred by Heron Genetics. Second place goes to Davis Morris of Yukon, bred by Goss Livestock. Third place was shown by Bryce Bain of Moore. Fourth place shown by Paisley Collins of Vanos. Fifth place was shown by Luke Lundry of Idabel. Sixth place shown by Ian Morris of Yukon. Seventh place shown by Piper Brandon of Newkirk. Eighth place shown by Mason Drees of Medford. Ninth place goes to Paige Bishop of Yukon. And 10th place was shown by Maya Padilla of Purcell. We're now showing Class 2 Durocs. Class 3, you need to be on deck in the holding pen. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We're currently showing Class 2 do-rocks right now. Just a reminder, Class 3 is on deck. If you place 1st through 10th out of Class 1 and 2, make sure you hang around for the division lineup.
Another nice class here. I guess there's probably more give and take in this one particular group than there was in that lightweight group. And at the same time, we get those top four out here. And, you know, as a show judge, you put on a lot of different hats. We'll talk about that more as the day goes on. But obviously, as a judge and evaluator, foremost, I know a lot of breeders ringside are probably studying pedigrees and kind of directions they can go in terms of their programs. And obviously, show dad-wise, but in a former life, I was a judging coach. And you get those four out here, and you kind of have a judging class, if you will. A lot of things to discuss, a lot of ways that you could kind of go, and at the same time, you've got to match an official, and for me, the official comes together very, very logically. I like the young ladies' barrow a lot. That's a show barrow that you get far from them and get on the far side of the ring, let them cross the show ring surface, get a good view of them here from the side, and he's the show barrow that's symmetrical, he's proportional, he's balanced, all of those terms you want to throw at him, but I'm going to say that's because his skeleton's assembled the very best, particularly his hip and hind leg is made extremely good. He's able to plant and go extremely well. He's got his head and neck above his body where he needs to. He's genuine in his shape. He looks ready enough today, and he's still got, it looks like he's got plenty of gas to go and continue on here in the next month and a half or so. Maybe some could square him up right at his knee, and I'd say that maybe that gets close, but a very, very good kind of a barrow to win. From the side is where he places over the barrow that comes in second, and honestly, I talked about getting the complexion of the class, evaluating from afar. I think when you get that big picture, you get to be able to see more things, but this barrow is more impressive when you get right on top of him. That guy's got a huge mid-back and loin shape in him. He carries that consistent into a big hip, and I call him the most genuine in terms of width coming and leaving you. He's still got bend to his honk and reach and go there behind. Again, you step off from the side and get away from him. He maybe just doesn't hook up strong enough there behind his shoulder. Actually wants to run downhill just a nickel. I'd like to stouten his skull up in him just a bit. Maybe make him just a nickel fresher compared to our winner. The barrow that comes in three is another very unique kind of a barrow there. He's dense about his skeleton. He's got that dense modern hair texture too that kind of aids to that extra stout look that he offers. He probably truly is the biggest boned, and of those top three, I think that barrow still reads really stout coming at you. He's one of those, and not knowing exactly where we're at from a feeding scheme perspective, just doesn't look like we're pouring it to him and maybe saving just a little bit for the end. He's not as fresh up top or behind his shoulder. He's kind of one of those that looks like maybe we plugged a little more in him right here at the end. He's starting to tighten up a little bit, but that's a very level, very stout made kind of a barrow there. I like the presentation, the fit job, I guess, if you will, on the barrow that comes in four, fresher than the barrow right ahead of him. I call him stout about his skull and stout about his rib. I couldn't make things match as much. When he first came in the ring, he hit me just a little bit frail and a little bit crestier. He's got a little more maturity, I guess, in front of his shoulder there, and again, like to stouten him up there from behind. I thought he had a big back, but maybe he could be a little more expressive as he leaves you. Again, things didn't fit and match quite as well, but he's fresh bodied, he's freshly presented, awesome on the stick there, and definitely deserved to be in the top end contention. This dark pigmented one moved up quite a bit higher than where I had him originally. Honestly, he just didn't want to be a show barrow whenever he entered the ring here, and you kind of got to let him sort things out, get comfortable across the ring, and once you get into him and able to evaluate him, he's another one that deserves to be in the top end of a competitive class. He may be truly the biggest in his loin shape. There's no question of those top 5, 6, 7, maybe in class. He's the biggest in his hip and pin set, the most dimensional, and ties his leg down the very best when he goes in behind. He's still got an attractive look there. He's got a little extra length of body, gets a little weaker in his top line. Maybe you could stouten him up right in terms of his the surface there just a bit. Another barrow that I'm sure a lot of people have fans of comes in next. Big stout blade in him. He may be as big-legged as any of them there as well. For me in particular, he gets too stilty up through his shoulder and straighter in his honk. We've just got to make that one flex and go more comfortable, just be more athletic, I guess. But boy, again, well presented, very, very stout made kind of a pig there. This is another awesome class. Congratulations to those kiddos. The Drawks are always going to be tough. Let's put our hands together and show them how much we appreciate it as they head back.
Well, congratulations to the results of Class 2 Durocs. First place shown by Neely Pritchard of Weatherford, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place goes to Luke Brooks of Perkins Tryon, bred by Brooks Family Farms. Third place was shown by Jordan Smith of Blackwell. Fourth place shown by Aiden Johnson of Mustang. Fifth was shown by Randy Jasper of Jones. Sixth place shown by Bridger Lott of Hydro Weekly. Seventh place shown by Doc Lively of Lindsay. Eighth goes to Colton Rodriguez of Marietta. Ninth place was shown by Cole Cornlay of Woodward. And 10th place was shown by Britley Collins of Vanoss. We are now showing Class 3 Durock. This will be the last class before the division lineup. During today's Barrow Show, we will pay premiums to the top 50 Barrows. In the Durock Show, 5 are guaranteed premiums, and we will be lining up 9. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We'd like to take just a minute to thank some of our sponsors for today's show. The Barrow Show Division Champion Award sponsor was Miller Time Genetics. The Barrow Show Reserve Division Champion Award sponsor is Sunglow Feeds. The breeder of a Division Champion banner sponsor is Show Right. And the breeder of a Reserve Division Champion banner sponsor is CNC Show Pigs. Just a reminder, we will be lining up 9 Durocs in the division drive, so if you are 1st through 10th in classes 1 and 2, you need to be in the holding pens at this time, ready to line up.
Well, I think we've had a good Duroc show there. Obviously, the first class was maybe the deepest or the strongest, maybe up and down in the other two, but a lot of really good ones there. And it probably gave me the impression when we got in the middles, and particularly in this class, we're probably saving a little bit of room for the end. And obviously, a breed there that tends to grow just a bit better than some of the other ones that we're used to. And at the same token, we stop them here. We've got to evaluate them and go. And I never mean this offensive to the ones below it when I say things are easy, but it was a 2-horse race, and these two came to the forefront very, very easily for me. Whenever you get into these two, the young lady ends up getting the nod because she's better in terms of his chest and his blade coming at you. He's a fresher presented kind of a barrow today, not only in terms of width up front, but his forerib shape, his back shape, and where he comes into the back portion of his loin to his hip there. He's a barrow there that I read very good through his front structure. Not only does he have drive and bend, he's still propped up good and square there. Critics would definitely say he's not as big in his rear foot. We could probably flex his rear pastern just a nickel better, and that's where it gets close between the barrow that comes into, because I do think he drives more comfortably out of his rear skeleton. Now, I don't know if he's assembled any better because he's actually a little steeper out of his hip, but he actually drives a bit more comfortable. He's got more flex and give, and I definitely call him the more comfortable one in terms of his hock and his rear pastern there. He's a deep body barrow. He's got enough dimension to his center cage there, but if you study him right out of his blade, he's a little bit flatter and just a little blander. He's not as fresh to the top of his shoulder, and as we just talked about, coming right at you, I could open him up, square him up, and freshen him up in that view. But a very, very good kind of a barrow. When he came in, I knew he'd be at the very top end of the class. Good pair for sure to round out our Red Hog show. This is the biggest rib, the boldest centered that we had. He's also the most moderate, and I could live with where his frame size sits because I don't think he reads as a quick maturing one, but he's also the deepest necked one, and where his head and neck come out of his body maybe need to be raised up there and make him a little tidier about his cheek and his jowl. He was one of those there too. It just gave me a little rounder look, if you will, but a good kind of a barrow to be in 3. The one that comes in 4 came in early. I didn't know exactly where he had fit in class, but ends up working his way towards the top end of a heavyweight class because that's a very practical, useful kind of a Duroc barrow, kind of covers the fundamentals and basis, and my kids hate it when I use the term, but he's just a very good meat and potatoes kind of a barrow. There's not a lot wrong with him, but maybe just not a whole lot special that you grab a hold to, drawn to, and have to get at the very, very top end. Very very interesting barrow and fun to watch right here that comes in next. Obviously the hairiest one that we had, but more importantly, he truly is the stoutest in his structure. He's got a big arm and a monster rear foot there. Maybe he gets a little more mature, and I know that bone doesn't always come with maturity, but to me, he just reads a little bit more mature and a little bit coarser there. If we studied true body shape, he wanted to get flatter about his rib design. He wasn't as opened up leaving you, and maybe just offered just as much to him from just a sheer width of body perspective. Next barrow here, really stout, big body. Thought about switching this pair just because of rib shape and body there. Gets pretty short there from his shoulder to his ear, a little more crest, and again, just a little rounder look. This guy, if he could just go a little better, would work his way up quite a bit. Big back and very genuine into the upper portion of his skeleton. Good class. We have an interesting Duroc drive. Put your hands together for all these Red Hawk exhibitors. Wish them the best there down the road.
Results out of your final class of Duroc Barrows. First place goes to Lauren Crosswade of Stillwater, bred by Laramie Blakely. Second place was shown by Colton Tatum of Adair, bred by Harley Chance. Third place goes to Fletcher Inman of Mulhall, Orlando. Fourth place was exhibited by Sailor Norvell of Amber Pocasset. Fifth place shown by Kinsley Brown of Pawnee. Sixth place goes to Allison Cooley of Pond Creek Hunter. Seventh place was shown by Weeder family of Laverne. Eighth place goes to Sydney Richardson of Lindsay. Ninth place goes to Kendall Cathy of Jones. And 10th place was shown by Camden Dowell of Hennessy. We're now ready to move into our Duroc division lineup. So if you were 1st through 10th in any of these classes, you need to be in the holding pens, ready to start the show. We will line up 9 Duroc Barrows. Your Class 1 winner was exhibited by Channing Goodson. Your Class 2 winner was exhibited by Neely Pritchard. And coming out of Class 3, your Class 3 winner was Lauren Crosswade.
Well, definitely took some time in the Red Hog Drive here, and there's definitely quality that merited it. Also, the differences that we offer kind of warranted too as well. But each one of these class winners, and again, I said that in the last class, I never want that to be offensive to the other guys in class, but they kind of won each one of those classes fairly easy. Or there was one right there behind them that came to the top. So if you would put your hands together for these 3 kiddos, young ladies did an awesome job, not only of winning their classes, but getting them presented in a natural and genuine fashion. They look like barrows, as we talked about, that we interrupt them right here in the first part of February and realize that we've got to make it 40, 50 more days to go, and they still look like they've got some future in them, and yet today they're maxed out there as well. Oddly enough, I didn't think they were going to match together as uniformly as they do. 3 red kind of a barrows there that we talked about them being genuine, but they're also attractive show barrows. Their body shape reads true. Their condition is right. They're round about their cage and still square about their edge. Their rear leg is square and clean whenever they leave you from a hawk shape perspective there as well. There's differences in terms of design. There's differences in terms of structure. We could all cuss and discuss that there ringside, and yet still today I've got to name a champion. I'm always going to lean on the one that hit me the hardest coming in. I know that we could probably say we could change him just a nickel coming at you, but there is a show barrow of the group that comes out here and maybe takes it to another level. I'd like winner of Class 2 to be our champion red one. Put your hands together for her.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Duroc was exhibited by Neely Pritchard of Weatherford, bred by Goss Livestock. That brings in Luke Brooks for reserve.
I like this second Barrow too. One of those that probably from afar you'd say doesn't hook things together quite as seamlessly and maybe quite as good in terms of his lines, but you get on top of him, and that's a big backed one that really goes away from you good and square and genuine there as well. I've used that term quite a bit in the Red Hog deal because I've tried to really keep those that are square built and mobile enough that look like show barrows, like we said, that are natural in the way that they're put together. And again, he fits right in the mix. The lightweight Barrow is the boldest coming. He's the boldest in his midrib, gets a little stiffer out of his shoulder. The heavyweight Barrow matches that mass up top, probably drives out of his front end a nickel better, but when you get in behind him and maybe study him right at the ground, it gets just a little more rigid in his rear pasture. And so again, there's give and take. Again, going off of first impression, the one that I was anticipating coming back was that lightweight, and he's going to end up being reserve champion red.
Your reserve champion Duroc was exhibited by Channing Goodson from Tecumseh, bred by Heron Genetics. That brings back Davis Morris to the ring. Your third overall was exhibited by Davis Morris out of Class 1. That brings in Bryce Bain. Your fourth overall comes out of Class 3. That's Lauren Crossweight. That brings in Colton Tatum to the ring. Your fifth overall is exhibited by Colton Tatum out of Class 3. That brings in Fletcher Inman. Your sixth overall is exhibited by Bryce Bain out of Class 1. That brings in Paisley Collins. Your seventh overall comes out of Class 2. That's Luke Brooks. We'll need Jordan Smith in the ring. Your eighth overall is exhibited by Fletcher Inman out of Class 3. That brings in Sailor Norvell. Your ninth and final selection comes out of Class 3. That's Sailor Norvell. Congratulations to all of our Duroc exhibitors. We are now ready to show Class 1 Hamp. So if you are in Class 1 Hamp, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. Class 2, you need to be making your way this way. We're going to take a quick break and then get started with Class 1 Hamp. Brock Johnson, you are still needed for Class 1 hamp. So if you are showing in Class 1 hamp, you need to be in the holding pen. Your class is going in the ring. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns. Crossbred barrack classes have been posted online, and they are also posted on the door between the lobby and the arena, so go check those out.
Well, you can kind of feel the intensity build there ringside whenever we grab the end of the belted deal, and we have the first class, obviously, in each of the first breeds. Those lighter weight ones seem to be where the depth and maybe the most heat came from, and so I was anticipating this to be awesome, and it is. And yet at the same time, without sounding too critical, there was always something we would maybe alter or change about each one of them. But tons of quality and tons of upside on this lightweight drive here. The young lady's barrel hit me the hardest coming in. When that one comes right at you, his width between his eyes, his squareness of blade and chest, and that front paw is very, very commanding there. He is absolutely dead level from his shoulder, mid-back out to his hip, and then most importantly for me in this particular class, he's level from his chest to his sheath to his flank. And I know we don't talk about that bottom line levelness near as much in the hog ring as we do the other ruminant species, but gosh, that makes them have a balanced look. They're symmetrical when they're that parallel there. And then he ties that with the stoutest arm, the biggest rear leg, and a very, very square build. Now, we'll be critical and say he needs to reach and go with a notch more flex from behind. Maybe you get in behind him and you can give him a notch more punch right there in the middle of his hand, but still very, very good kind of a barrow there. The one that comes in too is very captivating from just a presence and attractiveness perspective. He's the most scripted about his jawline. It looks like he just carved it out there and set his head and neck on top of his shoulder where it needs to be. For an immature bodied one, from a depth perspective, you get into him, he's still got turn and outward shape to his forerib. You know, young man maybe didn't want to bring him right at me. He's plenty wide enough for me coming at you because he squared the top of his blade. He squared the middle of his shoulder there, and genuine there. He's got more shape leaving you than even our winner, and so I thought about switching this particular pair, but honestly, you watch him drive, and the same thing, even though his hock is maybe shaped a little differently, he's still a little rigid as he comes down to the ground. I think he could be opened up and maybe spread about his foot design and hoof size just a nickel, and then compared to our winner, he's not nearly as stout. The most comfortable one of the top trio, and we'll try to keep that theme towards the top end of the class, is the one that comes in third. Most of the time, I like him to be our winner and be able to withstand the drive here. Still like his body shape, still like his squareness up top. He wants to taper and maybe close in right at the base of his skeleton, or right at the surface as he leaves you, if you will. I don't think his rear leg matches that mass up top. And then, to be quite frank, for this particular size of the game, he's got a little bit more bark on him than maybe I'm comfortable with. I still think he blend together at all of his transition points better than the one that comes in 4. I like this one's skull shape and just general stoutness that he offers. He may be genuinely as big-legged as any of them, minus our class winner. But like we just talked about there, where his neck attaches to his shoulder, kind of his hip-loin junction as he rounds out to his hip there. He just doesn't blend together quite as smoothly. Kind of wants to reach and grab when he got in behind him. I hope I wasn't too hard on this barrel here. This young lady is absolutely dynamite on her stick, and obviously spent a lot of time getting that one prepared and ready. His presentation's probably as good as any of them there. I reads that one very flexible there from the side. He's soft and pliable about his body. A barrel there that just gets got too much cheek on him, I guess, and you study from the side from attractiveness standpoint, and where I got critical of him too. Coming at you, wants to toe in and flatten about his pasture, and goes away from you at the surface and wants to get a little more twisted up about his rear foot design, but still very good kind of a barrel. His flex, give, and comfort allowed him to place over the next barrel here. Truly a tall fronted one here that gives you a nice look there through the front third of his body. Pretty short and restricted out of his hip and his rear leg. Again, more mature. I'm never calling age. I think you'll be a fool there if you decide if you think you know what age they are, but he just reads more mature and coarser up front. Next barrel could go just a nickel better, but boy, he is stout and very, very heavy duty. Awesome class to kick off the belt to drive. Put your hands together for those exhibitors that head out.
Results out of Class 1 Hamps. First place shown by Carson Kettner of Central High, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was exhibited by Luke Lundy of Idabel, bred by Steve and Mark Gray. Third place was shown by Dax Inman of Mulhall, Orlando. Fourth place was shown by Paisley Collins of Vanos. Fifth place shown by Camry Dosh of Colbert. Sixth place goes to Cooper High of Sterling. Seventh place was shown by Balin Brandon of Newkirk. Eighth place goes to J.D. Garrett of Chattanooga. Ninth place was shown by Paxton Thorne of Marlow. And 10th place was shown by Brecken Sieg of Merritt. We're now showing Class 2 Hamps. Class 3 Hamps, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. And congratulations, we have a door prize winner this morning, Ambrose Guthrie of Salisaw. You can come claim your prize, sponsored by Toolman Feeders at the announcer stand. Ambrose Guthrie. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We'd like to take a minute to thank some of our sponsors for the show this week. The class winner and showmanship banners were sponsored by C3 Designs. Our holding pin sponsors were 66 Ventures, Winter Livestock, Miller Time Genetics, Showright, Hofschulte Genetics, Barn Burner Genetics, Cattleman's Bank, Ward Show Pigs, CNC Show Pigs, and Holy Smoke Pig Sale. If you are Class 3 Hamp, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. We are still missing several exhibitors for Class 3 Hamp. You need to be lined up in the holding pen.
Another nice class of belts here. Lots of give and take and differences when we get those top four back out here, but one that's got to win for me. Again, comfort level, length of hip, bend of leg, and still one of those that gets his head, neck out of his body right. And I'm a firm believer that when they balance this good from the side, when they're that comfortable in their head carriage, it's usually because their skeleton's assembled right, and he's definitely that. I'm still reading good enough about his body shape, square at his chest, the top of his blade is setting him good, even though he's not the most powerful one. When you get on top of him or behind him, he's genuine and square and sets him on the corners where he needs to there. And again, his clear-cut advantage in this particular group is reach, flex, and give there to win the class. The one that comes in second needs to be in two, and I know I ran things a little bit more unorthodox. The young lady might have thought I was leaving her out, but she was always going to be in the top pair. She actually has some advantages to our winner, maybe even bolder about his forerib. He definitely square about his edge and has more punch whenever you get in behind him. When he got down to 2 and 3, I preferred this one's maturity pattern an extension of the front, probably actually one of those that read just a little longer growing and better in terms of a condition perspective. Whenever he ends up sliding into second, compared to our winner, though, he is more rigid out of his hip, his rear leg, and maybe just not as athletic in his build. The off belt that comes in 3, I really like coming at you. Big and thick about his arm. He's got just a really stout look about him. Very, very dense about his rib and his skeletal makeup there. Big back and deep about his edge. He's a Barrow there, and wherever everybody lands is your own prerogative. For me, he's a little short and jammed up on either end of his body. Studying him out of his hip, and he shortens just the same as up front, and it's starting to hinder his movement there just behind. The same goes with the next young lady's Barrow here. A Barrow there that reads stout about his skull and dense. He's a short-backed one. I know that's fun to throw around from a feeder perspective. It helps, but for me, in an evaluation perspective, he's also just a bit more compact, and we probably extend him there from a growth curve perspective. He's got a little more maturity there. You get in behind him, and that right rear leg's just kind of screwed on a little wrong, but still very, very good, very stout-made kind of a Barrow there. This Barrow here has got a big back, a huge pin. He may be as wide in the center portion of his stifle as any of them there, and still got a great big hairy back leg as he leaves you. He also wants to grab and set him outside the plane of his hip and never bend and utilize his hock as effectively. One of those, we've talked about differences of length of body, and right here we've got a pair. We could lengthen that one. We could shorten this one up just a nickel. It'd allow him to be stronger in his mid back and maybe a proportion just a nickel better. On the standstill, I might like this next one in 6 as good as any of them. You ask them to reach and go and be athletes. He ends up following the mid portion of the class, but still awesome drive there. Congratulations to them. Wish them all the best down the road. Let's put our hands together for them real big.
Results out of Class 2 Hamps. First place was exhibited by Charlie Robinson of Hollis, bred by Wes Phillips. Second place was shown by Layla Begley of Elgin, bred by TKO Genetics. Third place went to Sutton Strika of Yukon. Fourth place shown by Macy Walker of Red Oak. Fifth place was shown by JC Cantrell of Ripley. Sixth place was exhibited by Caitlin Dufour of Caddo. Seventh place shown by Grant Gosney of A-Line Clio. Eighth place was shown by Lily Schoaf of Yukon. Ninth place went to Tucker Hughes of Sterling. And 10th place was shown by Case Brassfield of Minco. We're now showing Class 3 Hamps. If you are in Class 4, you need to be in the holding pens. DSL Hybrid is the official videographer of OBSE this year. He is offering Showman Spotlight videos, a unique way to capture your exhibitor's time in the ring. To book, contact him or visit the DSL Hybrid table near the backdrop. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We are missing 6 exhibitors for Class 4 HAMP. So if you are in Class 4 HAMP, you need to be in the holding pen at this time.
I don't think there's any way possible to put this many different kinds of quality livestock in one class. And with differences that do offer extremities, which I didn't think there'd be a lacking of when I stepped in the ring, this one offers all of them, and there'll be a lot of differences of opinion there ringside. And that's perfectly fine. That's what makes the wheels go round. But if anybody knows me, knows that this one fits more my kind. That one's got a good look about him. He's very, very attractive, tall shoulder barrow that's genuine and very, very natural in the way that he's put together. His edges are square. He's square coming, he's square going, and that is one comfortable barrow there that likes to drive. He likes to show. He likes to get out here and roll. And again, a barrow there that even though some guys would say he's not as big in his bone work or as extreme in terms of his footwork and just as heavy duty as a couple of the other ones there, that's enough for me. That got the maturity like that, still have spread up top and can go like that one does. 2 and 3 were a closer pair for me. I think the design and profile of the barrow there that comes in second most closely resembles our barrow that wins, and then also fixes a couple of the things we'd like to change in the barrow in 3. Again, on the standstill and just at the backdrop, he maybe take as good of a picture as the one that we started with, and he's got some advantages in terms of thickness of arm and stoutness of rear leg. I read that one as a dense made kind of a barrow there that's a late maturing one. His better days are yet to come, I believe, there as he continues to flesh and maybe blend just a bit better there at his ham-loin junction there. He ends up in second because he gets a little more restricted there behind and not nearly as comfortable as the barrow that won. The absolute heaviest boned one comes in third, and I know oftentimes we don't see that or hear that. He's also very modern, and in his hair texture, pigment, and the way that he's presented is awesome there. He's got a big back and squares up behind his shoulder as good as any of them in class, and so obviously has some class advantages there. I just can't really buy into his rear leg as he leaves. He wants to draw in and maybe just hooks it onto his body in a little awkward fashion compared to our 2 there that were first and second. You get off from the side, head and neck going to come out of his body is high, a little bit different in his top line. Some extreme pieces for sure that you can gravitate to. Interesting barrow there. His shape and just expression of edge is what placed him over this chromed up one that comes in next. This one's obviously the shaggiest, densest haired one. As we get into those terms, we could definitely call him a modern barrow there that goes extremely flexibly. I don't know if he's as coordinated in his rear movement as maybe ideal, but he's obviously very, very flexible. You start studying his cheek, his jowl, you start studying him there in his loin edge, and you get him behind him. I've just got to make him crisper and cleaner, make him more shapely there in those regards. The barrow that does have a great big ditch is the other chromed up white-tailed one here that comes in next. No doubt he's the most aggressive, got the most aggressive turn up top. He's got a huge arm and a stout skull, and again, one of those that looks like he could probably grab a bunch of banners there earlier there in the winter and probably could still grab one there in March. For me, he gets a little coarser and crestier up top. He gets a little bit coarser and rounder the way that his muscle is put on his body, particularly out of his hip and his rear leg there, but still a good kind of a barrow there. The next barrow here, front 2/3, as good as any of them, truly elevated up front. He wants to just drive his rear leg behind him and search as he goes away from you. Need to stouten him up as he left you as well in terms of a bone perspective. But good class, interesting, lots of extremes. Kids are doing an awesome job getting them presented, have them prepared to the 10s. So just put your hands together for them as they head out.
Results out of Class 3 Hamps. First place was exhibited by Braylon Johnson of Pryor, bred by Eastside Genetics. Second place was shown by Gracie Little of McLeod, bred by Little's Livestock. Third place was shown by Ian Morris of Yukon. Fourth place goes to Vivian Humphreys of Moreland. Fifth place was shown by Ethan France of Beaver. Sixth place goes to Hannah Swart of Hennessy. Seventh place was shown by Adeline Brumley of Chickasha. Eighth place goes to Coy Holloway of Woodland. Ninth place was shown by J.C. Harrell of Wilson. And 10th place goes to Benjamin Atkinson of Drummond. We're now showing Class 4 Hamps. Class 5, you need to be getting lined up in the holding pen. All right, guys, there is a pig on the loose somewhere in the barns. It is a wide belted gilt that got out of her pen sometime, and the owners do not know where this pig is at. So if you see a wide belted gilt running around with no owner near, please come to the announcer stand and let us know. Maybe put her in a pen while you're at it. Also, we have 2 phones that are still missing. They've been turned into the announcer stand, so if you got a phone missing that has a picture of a cute little boy on it, we have your phone at the announcer stand. Also, if you lost your phone yesterday, it's dead and it's still at the announcer stand, so please come claim those. Okay, the wide belted gilt has been found. It is currently in pin 1338 in the north barn. So if that is your pig, it is in pin 1338 in the north barn. While we're on the same note of lost and found, we have had a set of keys turned into the show office. So if you check your pockets and you don't have your phone or your keys, they're probably missing. We have the phones at the announcer stand and the keys are in the show office. Let's give a round of applause to the exhibitors as they make their way back to the barns. If you were just dismissed from the ring and forgot your pig, it is currently in the exit gate. So if you made it back to the barn and realized you forgot something at the ring, they have your pig in the exit gate.
One of those situations that we go to the microphone or pull the trigger fairly quickly, and I never want that interpreted that the class wasn't as good as the last or the ones that we took a little more time on, because this is a top trio and really a whole class that we could drive for a long, long time and have fun evaluating them. The kids did an awesome job getting them presented in a professional manner and still got them maxed out and did a great job here. But at the same time, the essence of time, I know we got lots of them. I haven't even asked how many we have today. I know we've got to get rolling, and when I know we're going to use one to win, we're going to go ahead and let him get there in a quick fashion. This is a show barrow for sure. We've talked about head shape. We've talked about a presence and balance and attractiveness, and he exudes all of those things there. And then at the same time, I love his aggressive shape he has up top. He may be the absolute most ideal one we've seen so far of combining the correct muscle texture and still expressive muscle shape. He's sound and comfortable and got a beautiful hip and rear leg design. I call that exactly right in terms of stoutness of bone work, cleanliness of joints, and still being propped up, strong on his passions and got cushion down low. I guess if somebody wanted to say he's not as square coming right at you as a couple of the ones right below him, you maybe could say so. I almost think that almost benefits him because that much mass and that much power, he's able to center himself and drive with stability out of his front structure there. That's just a good rascal. It wins a really, really good class. I like the one in second a lot too. He is big backed and probably just from a comparative manner is even more robust coming at you. He's even bigger up top and even bigger in terms of the roundness of his body shape there. He's also one of those, like I've said a couple times already, I will never say that or I'm not naive enough or arrogant enough to ever think I know the age of him. This one just reads more mature up front. He may be the youngest, but he reads more mature up about his head, neck, and crest. Maybe just his overall look isn't as fresh. Get him as deep, dark, and black as the ones on the other two end, and maybe that benefits from him. He ends up in second and not three because he's just sounder than one in third. I like this barrow in three a lot. This one is big and wide between his eyes. He is big and bold coming at you, and still at the same time, he's got a little extra length of body, and that looks like to me he's one of those that's going to be able to be a big heavyweight barrow and continue his growth pattern, keep his composition right. Standing still, I'd swap that pair in a heartbeat. When you ask him to go, he's just not as athletic or loose off of either end of his body. The longer we drive, he wanted to draw his top down up in him just a little bit. Then we've got a barrow here that comes in four. Young man gets everything he can out of him, takes him at an athletic clip. I like the pace that he chooses to go this barrow because he can do it. He's a loose jointed level design, one that's still late in his maturity pattern and shapely up top. He's more immature as well, and I don't know if that is a function of age or just he doesn't have as much to him. He needs to be stouter about his skull, particularly his rear leg, or compared to those ones right ahead of him. But boy, that's an athletic kind of a barrow there that holds his top line more collected and just a bit better from the side than the next barrow here. This one mimics the very top end of the class in terms of roundness of body, center cage mass maybe in his advantage, and he is also one of those that's extremely square when he leaves you. I read him just a little bit deeper in the way that his neck tied onto his body, a little bit weaker in his top line and not as edgy when he got up on top. Next barrow is kind of one of those natural head duckers, and I can just be able to get his head neck above his body, flatten his spine, and look like a show barrow there from the profile. You start studying the one right ahead of him. I thought he was flatter in his body shape. At the same time, I think he's very genuine up top. I think he's very square in terms of all the points of his body, if you will, but a barrow there that just needed to give you a notch better look. Wanted to give this one a little more shape when you got into him, but still very sound, functional kind of individual. That was an awesome class. Maybe the deepest belted one that we've had so far. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos doing a great job. Really, really good Celtic belts.
Results of Class 4 Hampshire Barrows. First place was shown by Neely Pritchard of Weatherford, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Channing Goodson of Tecumseh, bred by J.D. Showpigs. Third place was shown by Bexley McGill of Thackerville. Fourth place was shown by Kylan Camp of Laverne. Fifth place goes to Jackson Connor of Tuttle. Sixth place shown by Addison Goodman of Yukon. Seventh place shown by Braylon Pollard of Boswell. Eighth place was shown by Case McPeak of Chickasha. Ninth place was shown by Mason Budd of Amberpo Cassett. And 10th place was shown by Piper Brandon of Newkirk. We're now showing Class 5 Hamps. This will be your final class of Hamps before the division drive. During today's Barrow Show, we will pay 50 premiums to the top 50 barrows. In the Hampshire Show, 9 are guaranteed premiums, so we will line up 15. If you are first through 10th in classes 1 through 4, you need to be lining up in the holding pens at this time to get ready for the drive. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barns.
I think a really neat class of belts here, and you know, as fast as we catch those top three, or maybe faster than what we did in some of the other classes, I think there's a lot of debate with this top trio for sure. And I hate to ever start off with a negative, particularly on our class winner, but I guess if they just won a tough class, we can do so. If we change the front feet, or we need to change the front feet on this barrel that won, but if we did so, he would win in a landslide, slam dunk fashion here. And I'm not going to single trait that. I'm probably as critical as there is in the world on front feet, and think we've got to address that issue. But at the same time, you fix that one area, this one wins easy. I love that one's body shape. I love his consistency of rib design, his muscle texture to combine a practical look there and still being crisp about his edge. As we get on his front structure, still he's got bend to his shoulder and knee, and his hip and hind leg is absolutely indestructible. And I think that allows you to be comfortable. Again, without getting on a soapbox, way too many times we make excuses for front feet and say, well, they're comfortable. There's comfortable bow-legged pigs in the world too. We don't make excuses for that. We'd like to change that one area, but if we do that, that is one incredible Hampshire belted market hog right here. 2 and 3, I think we're close, and I like the design of the 1 and 2 from the side just a nickel better. He's squarer and stouter about his jaw. He's taller at his the point of his shoulder, and he's level out of his hip. I think he matches that crispness of front end with a little crisper shape at his top, a little crisper shape to his hip there as well. I don't know if he reads his long out of his hip. If we start studying his true rear movement, range of motion, maybe it shortens up just a nickel compared to the ones on either end of him. But again, from the side, I preferred him to the barrel that comes in 3. Now this one came in early, sent him straight to the scales, and knew that he's going to be in the top end. A very loose, comfortable skeleton there as well. Extremely flexible, and one of those that gets around the ring. We talked about it, a couple of the other ones. He looks like he enjoys being out here and enjoys to go and be in motion. I think he's very practical about his body shape. For a short-bodied, dense appearing one that's got that much center cage, he still has a little elevation to him if you start studying him, and so that's a unique combination. At the same time, he's a little plainer about his jaw and his front end, a little bit off in terms of his hip set there, and I didn't think as crisp about his edge and just expression when he got in behind him as that top pair. Next barrel, I moved up quite a bit from where I had him originally. When he first came in, he's a little stiff and rigid. Ultimately, that's what got him beat, but that's a big, heavier weight market hog right here that's got a huge back, a genuine spread barrel there that combines, again, some elevation, some frame size width, some body mass. He needs to come at you wider and square, just be fresher in his overall look, and ultimately, again, he got a little bit harder in his movement. Next barrel just got a little bit more common in his shape, more general in his look. Bend to his arm is good, flex behind is good, length of hip is probably as good as any of them. We just got to crispen them up top and give them just a notch more extras. But a good class there again. A nice way to end things there. Put our hands together for these belted Hampshire exhibitors.
Results of Class 5 Hampshire Barrows. First place was shown by Braylon Brassfield of Minco, bred by Winter Livestock. Second place was shown by Caleb Dorr of Wagner, bred by Todd Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Cambry Dosh of Colbert. Fourth place was shown by Emery West of Jones. Fifth place goes to Cody Castle of Perkins Tryon. Sixth place shown by Braylon Morton of Stratford. Seventh place shown by Silver Bentley of Navajo. Eighth place goes to Walker Webster of Lindsay. Ninth place goes to Carly Gwynn of Porter. And 10th place was shown by Heidi Smith of Hollis. We're now ready for our Hampshire Drive. We will line up 15 in this division. Your Class 1 winner was Carson Kettner. Your Class 2 winner was Charlie Robinson. Your Class 3 winner was Braylon Johnson. Your Class 4 winner was Neely Pritchard. And coming out of that last class, your Class 5 winner was Braylon Brassfield.
Well, again, an incredible belted drive here, and I knew as we rolled into the Hampshire division, it was going to be fun. You could, like I said, in that lightweight class, you kind of just felt the intensity rise and the emotions get even higher there, and that's what you'd expect. Can't say enough for being how good these kids did, getting them prepared, and I know it's not just them. There's a whole family and group behind each one of them, and that's what's neat about this deal. We can kind of pull together and recognize the effort that so many people put into these projects, pour into the kids there, and then the kids get to come out here and present them at the absolute highest level. And like I said, when we started off the deal, I knew it was going to be good. Probably exceeded my expectations in terms of depth, and maybe at the same time didn't envision this many differences in each one of the classes. And that's kind of what's reflected when we come out here in a champion drive. And I guess that's maybe the way it should be. I guess as a show judge, I'd like them to maybe all match just a little bit easier. But without trying to sound cliche, that was the hand we dealt, and these are the ones I like the best in class. Kicked off the things, and we'll be very brief. Coming at you, that's my favorite. Big paws and awesome at you, squaring his edge. A little bit restricted behind, but boy, that one hit me very, very hard. The chromed up one here, maybe the most athletic, latest mature and most extended. Does he have enough just upper hip? Is his pins just wide enough? Is there just enough man there in this particular group? But that one's would be fun to feed, and a very, very good one. A little bit the same goes with the off-belted one here. He won maybe as controversial of a class. It went like 5 or 6 deep with a lot of things you could use. This one fit my style and kind from just a look, attractiveness standpoint. His skeleton's assembled so comfortably. Again, is he just heavy duty enough, have enough extras in terms of bone work and feature when you get to this particular level? But boy, he's got a phenomenal look there. We've got a Barrow here right in the center. The young lady has that one absolutely fit as perfectly as you can, from not only maxing them out up top and having as much feel and body as you need, and still at the same time appearing very, very genuine. I love his hip and his rear leg assembly. I think he's absolutely incredible from a bone mass perspective, being clean in his joints, and he proves that we can be flexible, cushioned at the ground, and still have strength and stability and propped up right in our pastures. Critics or people that want to hate on this one is going to say he's not as square up front. For me, he's centered and still drives extremely good out of his front end. We already talked about the front feet on the Barrow there. They won that last class. Prop him up stronger there, and that one is lights out. He's the very best in terms of body shape. He's actually the widest, so you get in right behind his shoulder, and he almost rivals that last one in terms of hip and rear leg design. Very, very good pig there. We got a good drive right here. Obviously, my favorite's that young lady there, there on the far side. Let's give her a big round of applause. Really, really good set.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Hampshire was exhibited by Neely Pritchard, bred by Goss Livestock. That brings in Channing Goodson for reserve.
This one fits right in the mix, and he had some advantages in class and still comes out here big and bold right at you. He's very, very genuine in terms of his mass there. His lower skeleton, his pride open as wide as any of them that we've had, and still being square and true on his corners and good in his joint work. I read that one very useful, very practical, and very good in terms of his body shape as well. He's kind of one of those that said in class he didn't look as fresh, or maybe about his skin and hair, maybe more mature about his front end. It's probably one of those things when we just dial him in exactly at the right time, and there in the end, and we're all at our end point, we maybe not question that as much, but that was where my question was in that particular class. Again, I don't ever want to make excuses for one that we tie into a banner at a show of this quality. There's always some things we'd like to alter them, but again, you change the front feet just a nickel, and I'm not going to single trade them, but the winner of that last class is our second best one in my mind. Let's put our hands together for her.
Your reserve champion Hampshire was exhibited by Braylon Brassfield, bred by Winter Livestock. That brings in Caleb Dorr out of Class 5. Your third overall comes out of Class 5. That's Caleb Dorr, bred by Todd Show Pigs. That brings in Cambry Dosh. Your fourth overall comes out of Class 1. That's Carson Kettner, bred by Goss Livestock. That brings in Luke Lundry. Your fifth overall comes out of Class 4. That's Channing Goodson, bred by JD Show Pigs. That brings in Bexley McGill. Your sixth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Charlie Robinson. That brings in Layla Begley out of Class 2. Your seventh overall is Braylon Johnson out of Class 3. That brings in Gracie Little. Your eighth overall comes out of Class 5. That's Cambry Dosh. That brings in Emery West, Class 5, fourth place. Your ninth overall comes out of Class 4. That's Bexley McGill. We'll bring in Kylan Camp, fourth place out of Class 4. Your 10th overall comes out of Class 1. That's Luke Lundry. We'll bring in Dax Inman. '11th comes out of Class 3. That's Gracie Little. We'll bring in Ian Morris, third place out of Class 3. Your 12th overall comes out of Class 2. That's Layla Begley. We'll bring in third place Class 2, Sutton Strika. Your 13th selection comes out of Class 3, Ian Morris. We'll bring in fourth place, Vivian Humphreys. Your 14th overall comes out of Class 3. That's Vivian Humphreys. We'll bring in Ethan France, fifth place, Class 3. We need Ethan France, fifth place, Class 3. Ethan France. Our 15th and final selection in the Hampshire division comes out of Class 1. That's Dax Inman. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be ready to get started with Herefords here in just a few minutes. All right, we are ready to roll with our Hereford show. This will be our only class of Hereford, so if you are Class 1 Poland, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to line up. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barns.
Well, quality keeps coming, and we move into the Hereford deal with that dull break for lunch, and definitely don't let us down. There's, again, variability, some things you could latch onto. We stop them here, as we talked about there, and evaluate where we're at, and still can read some future. And there's a lot of pigs in here that I think have the capability of getting a banner there come March. At the same token, when this copper-colored one entered the ring, I thought it was probably over, and it stayed that way. Congratulations, young lady right here. She's got her champion. A very good good barrel from a flexibility aspect. Shape is good and aggressive up top. Square when he leaves you, square coming at you. Still immature in his look, but his body reads right. His muscle texture reads correct, and a very, very good balance kind of a pig to be our champion. He goes just a bit better than the barrel that comes into. This one's extra stout about his bone work. Has just a little bit more more hair and density in that regard there. I love his skull shape. He may be truly broader at the middle portion of his back, and I know he's pinned wider whenever he leaves you. He also wants to get a little tangled up about his hip and his rear leg as he goes away from you. I could probably make him just a little neater and tidier up front there as well, but boy, he is stout from there back, and a barrel there that's very intriguing in the Hereford deal. His just, again, general stoutness is what placed him over the one that comes in 3. This is the longest bodied. With that, he's the longest hip and the most extended up front. We like that about him because, again, we can get to those heavier weights, keep the correctness of composition there, and still at the same time, I call him comfortable enough. When you get off from the side, he wants to get a little easier in his top line, a little looser about his cheek, and just didn't balance up quite as well. I don't think he has quite the genuine shape up top as our top pair did. This barrel, the flighty-eared barrel, kind of grew on me. When he first came in, I just didn't know, again, if he's just as fresh or maybe just had as much look about him. If I start studying him, he's maybe as good at his chest floor, the top of his blade, where his elbow lays in his body, as any of them. He's got a big enough back leg, and he's really good in terms of his hip and rear leg construction. He's a lighter weight kind of a barrel, looks like a more immature barrel there. And then the same token, he still wasn't as fresh as those ones ahead of him. You get off here from the side, and maybe you'd like to raise him at the point of his shoulder ever so slightly, but that's a functional skeleton. And again, coming right at you is where I placed him over the next barrel here. This barrel probably is just a shot taller fronted, maybe a shot more extended up front there as well. He wants to come in at his knee just a nickel too. He gets a little deeper about his throat and just a little plainer about his head shape. But again, I thought he was stouter going away from you, and particularly right at the surface than this louder colored barrel that comes in next. One of the first barrels that entered the ring, and I knew the Hereford deal was going to be good. Aggressive about his edge, and still really good about the shape to his rib. He tends to funnel in terms of his rear leg size and close up about his hoof design just a bit. I like his stature, I like his shape, and just his general build there. Leveler design than the other copper one here that comes in. Still lots of mass. As you continue watching them roll out, one class of Herefords and an awesome set of them. Again, quality ran deep, and I think a lot of those could grab some banners later on. Put your hands together for them. Show them how much we appreciate it. They did a great job.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Hereford was exhibited by Gracie Ray of Midway, bred by TL Livestock. Reserve champion Hereford was shown by Clifford Frankie of Covington Douglas, bred by Jervis Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Wyatt Piper of Hera. Fourth place goes to Gadsden Jervis of Blanchard. Fifth place was also shown by Gadsden Jervis of Blanchard. Sixth place goes to Audrey Cooper of Fort Gibson. Second place was shown by Eli Jacobs of Guyman. Eighth place goes to Ellie Alfinger of Marlow. Ninth place was shown by Jaden Caldwell of Kiefer. And 10th place was shown by Wyatt Piper of Hera. We're now showing Class 1 Poland's. Class 2, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. After the second class of Poland's, we will also do our division lineup. The top 3 in that division will receive premiums, but we will line up 6. We'd like to take just a minute to thank some of our sponsors for this week's event. Your title sponsor is Linder Show Feeds. The show ring sponsor is Kennedy Ventures and Oklahoma Pork Council. The t-shirt sponsors are Premium Blend Genetics. And the backdrop photo sponsor is Primo Feeds. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns.
Another really interesting set as we moved into the Poland side here, and I realize we're just classifying them there. We've got a lot of mix and match in terms of color and style and combination, and there's nothing wrong with that. We've got to evaluate what we have in here, and yet at the same time, the barrow that hit me the hardest ends up being our class leader. He comes at you awesome through his chest and his blade. He's the stoutest and the very best in terms of his head shape, where it attaches to his body. His midrib is incredibly good. A heavy structure kind of a barrow there that's long and square out of his hip, and his pin set from the side. He's the one that hooks together, and maybe everything comes together in the most balanced fashion. Now, you get in behind him, and maybe just a little bit of a grimace there. His hocks are pretty big, and I wouldn't even call them puffy. They've just a bigger, coarser joint work in him, and that's scary from just a long-term functionality perspective. In this class here, and maybe just studying him comparatively to most Poland barrows, that's still a very, very comfortable structured kind of a pig to be our class winner. I like the stoutness of the barrow that comes in two, particularly his head shape just a bit better than one behind him. He's the class leader there as well in terms of back shape and turn to his edge. Really good in that regard. I like his consistency of body shape as well. He's a barrow, though. We talked about how stout his skull is, but again, it needs to rise up above his body in just a bit more natural fashion and just attach a bit higher. And when you get in behind him, he wants to get a little more crooked about his rear feet and just needs to sit down more comfortably there. He is cleaner jointed. I think the bend there from the side reads functional enough there, but he's a barrow we could just change right at the surface. The wild looking one for sure that comes out in 3, and the most exotic one of all of them. He's one of those that you're definitely drawn to. Again, we've talked a lot about height, the shoulder, and having an attractive look. He's dead level from there back and still functions extremely good out of his hip and his rear leg. He's a barrow there that reads a little bit slicker about his arm. He matches that in terms of his head shape, kind of just longer about his nose and snout there. It needs to be stoutened up, where he ends up sliding to the third for me. As you study his rib cage, he gets pretty hard and tight about his forerib and his heart, pretty flat about his rib design there as well. But again, if he fleshes, matures, and everything works from a classification standpoint, that's a wild looking one that could definitely get along in March for sure. Again, the barrow that comes in 4 is a nice practical kind of a barrow. I like his body shape better. I thought this was a close pair because I think this is a very functional middle of the road kind of a barrow there, but at the same time, whenever those top 5 out here, 5 or 6 out here, maybe just a little more general in his look, a little bit plainer about his head, neck, and crest, maybe not as shapely when I got in on top of him or behind him there, but when we were sorting the bottom in the class and working up, his practicality allowed him to be in 5. I thought he balanced just a bit better than the next barrow here. This one's soft and pliable down low. When he first came in, first pig that entered the ring, I thought, well, here's going to be a stout, manly one that comes at you big and broad through his chest and his blade, and still good enough and soft enough in his muscle texture. The longer the drive went on, he just fell apart, if you will. Got a little easier in his top line one to shuffle out of his hip and his rear leg. I just don't think structurally he's made quite as well. Scar-topped barrow, I think, is very sound, correct, will always be there for the long run. He just gets a little bit narrower coming at you, a little plainer up top. Again, interesting class of Polands. Kids did a good job driving them. They handle really well, and the kids got everything they could out of them. Put your hands together for them real big as they head out.
Results of Class 1 Poland's first place shown by Montana Johnson of Crescent. Second place was shown by Lakin Poole of Sayre. Third place went to Kaylin Hicks of Sterling. Fourth place is shown by Cale Bishop of Yukon. Fifth place exhibited by Hayden Bookman of Hollis. Sixth place shown by Case Brassfield of Minko. Seventh place shown by Heidi Milam of Sterling. Eighth place was shown by Megan McCullough of Calumet. Ninth place was shown by Jackson Bowe of Merritt. And 10th place was exhibited by Jeremiah Murray of Smithville. We're now showing Class 2 Polands. This is your last class, so the Poland division lineup will be right after this class. We'll be lining up 6, so if you were in the top 5 in Class 1 Polands, you need to hang around for the division lineup. Let's give the exhibitors in the ring a hand as they make their way back to the barns. Well, congratulations. We have another door prize winner. Cole Horton of Hollis. You have won a door prize, and it will be up at the announcer stand, sponsored by Toolman Feeders. Cole Horton.
Well, I think an awesome class here, and again, just kind of calling spade a spade, donkey punches that last class in terms of depth and the quality that we go all the way down, and I don't mean that offensive there. I use that as a compliment to this this set of heavyweight polling exhibitors. There's some really, really good individuals midway, and we'll discuss those and come there, but it was a two-horse race, and I can see there on the outside you have in your favorite, but honestly, this one that won, I think that one is extremely, extremely good. He comes at you so good through his chest and his blade. We've talked about forearm and shoulder and blade and knee assembly a lot today, and that one's assembled in his front portion of his skeleton as good as anything that we've seen, really regardless of breed there. And then he's a barrow there that is so extended about his front end. His length of body matches his length of hip, and then from the side, and I put the most emphasis is probably as they cross the ring on the profile, he's able to collect himself and hold himself together the very best on an individual merit. He's the hardest to pick a hole in, and then you start comparing him to the one that comes in two. He's better and freer of a little bit excess at the top of his neck there at his crest. I think he's longer and leveler out of his hip as well. Now, critics are going to say he needs to be square from behind, and I got a little harder on him when he first came in and thought, well, we're going to beat him because he doesn't maintain his squareness right at the surface as he leaves you. At the same time, we can't call that a narrow base one. We can't call that one a poor structured one. And then he fixes a couple of things we'd like to change about the barrow in two. Now this one in second, the young lady absolutely showed the wheels off of him. He's presented extremely good, and I know in the bright lights on the purple shavings, this one hits everybody extremely hard, and he did me as well. I love his quality that he has about his skull. I love the squareness that he has coming at you. He's not as bold as the other one, but he's very, very square. His body shape reads true. We call that one good in terms of proportionality there as well. He is square right in his foot placement as he leaves you, and so there's your debate of where you fall that, or where that falls on the line of acceptability, I guess, for you. You get here and ask him to cross the show ring surface and go. He's also deeper about his neck. He's got a bit more crest there at the top of his neck there as well, and I'd like to lengthen and level him out of his rump ever so slightly. Good pig right there. I know the young lady has worked really, really hard on that one and probably didn't load up expecting to be second, but this is an awesome class here. The barrel there here that comes in three is stout, wide, and powerful. In fact, he's the very best one of all of them. Going away from you, love his pin set. Love the stoutness and expression that he has at the center portion of his stifle. And still, he's very good in terms of his squareness of build. He is one of those that's got a little extra length of body and wants to get a little weaker in his spine. He reads with maybe just a little more age, or maybe just not as fresh in his overall look. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got a short-backed, deep-bodied one there that comes in 4, and a Barrow there that reads probably just a bit broader up top than where I thought he was initially, because you get in behind him, he's pinned a bit narrower and wants to track away with just a much more narrowness there at his hock. Same goes with this one coming at you. I thought I'd switch that pair. Going away, there just got to be more to that particular Barrow there. Head and neck maybe needs to rise out just a nickel higher, but still round about his rib, level in his design. Again, like I said at the onset of the class, for quality to come out in the midway of the group, like the young man's Barrow, is a testament of how good and how deep this Poland class is. Body shape and comfort level is as good as any. He just needs to come and go to knock bolder and wider. Let's put our hands together again. Great class, awesome set of exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 Poland Barrows. First place was shown by Preston Haynes of Tecumseh, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Kylie Blim of Mulhall, Orlando, bred by Dieterding Genetics. Third place was shown by Gentry Terrell of Prague. Fourth place went to Kylan Camp of Laverne. Fifth place went to Annie Schneider of Sealing. Sixth place shown by Wyatt Dodd of Mustang. Seventh place went to Annie Schuster of Canute. Eighth place went to Gracie Ray of Midway. Ninth place was shown by Macy Peacock of Tecumseh. And 10th place was shown by Jagger Sander of Velma Elma. We're now ready to roll into that Poland drive. We will be lining up 6 Polands. 3 will be guaranteed premiums.
Well, obviously just a pair of Poland classes, but the awesome quality there. And again, like I said, I mean it wholeheartedly and very, very genuine, not blowing smoke at all, and just telling you what I think you want to hear. I think these 4 in the ring are absolutely incredible and deserve to be here. But there was some 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th even down that I could see tuning in there March to grab a banner. But you've got to recognize the quality and just the look that these guys possess out here. And then for Poland Barrows to be sound and to be square, and then be able to combine that with this show barrow look is very, very good. So again, the lightweight Barrow comes in and he hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd still probably come out here and love his skull shape and just presence up front as good as any. The heavy legged, good ribbed one that's just dead level in his top line. We comment in class, he's pretty big about his hock, and I don't know exactly where it goes. I guess as a feeder, as a dad at home, I'd be concerned and be the first thing that I check when we go in that class. I called him plenty functional enough to win because he had so much quality there. Compared to the heavyweight Barrow, he's probably not as squared up top, but still a very, very good one there. And the second place Barrow there, big back, wanted to change him just a little bit there. Keep driving, baby. And then we got the heavyweight class here that we just discussed, on an individual merit. And I've told you so many times, we can nickel and dime and compare them so much, but that class winning Barrow, if he's out here by yourself, you'd want to alter him in one spot going away, and at the same time, you can't ever deem that one not very functional, very good in his look and genuine there. Very hard to pick a hole in. Again, on the individual merit, and then the Barrow that was second, like we just said, made for the big lights. Young lady does an awesome job. We talked about the couple areas we'd like to alter them there. So again, awesome job. I was giving a little bit more time out here. My favorite 2 are those 2 heavyweights. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos.
Your champion Poland was exhibited by Preston Haynes from Tecumseh, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Your reserve champion Poland was shown by Kylie Blim of Mulhall, Orlando, bred by Dieterding Genetics. That brings in third place in Class 3, Gentry Terrell. Third overall comes out of Class 1. That's Montana Johnson, bred by Swinford Livestock. Your fourth overall also comes out of Class 1. That is Lake and Pool. Your fifth overall also comes out of Class 1. That's Kaylin Hicks from Sterling. And your sixth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Gentry Terrell from Prague. Congratulations to our Poland exhibitors. We are ready to start Class 1 spot. If you are in Class 2, you need to be in the holding area lined up. We're missing 2 spots out of this class, so if you are in Class 1, you need to be ready to roll into the show ring. We'd like to take a moment to thank our board members who help run and organize the show. Kyle Hicks, Tyler Ritchie, Nick Hofschulte, Jacob Edmond, Grant Wilbur, Ryan Seitz, Austin Craig, Kendall Whittington, Tim Herron, Tanner Winter, and John Mark Holt. Without them, this event would not be possible. Please give them a round of applause. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barns. Our official photographer for the 2025 OBSE is C3 Designs. Don't forget to check out all of the free ring shots sponsored by Winter Livestock, as well as the backdrop photos that are free thanks to our sponsor Primo Feeds. You can find the photos on the Certified Oklahoma Bred Association website or by scanning one of the QR codes found around the barns. The COBA store will close at 4 o'clock. If you head over there, they're having lots of deals. You can get some show shirts for $1. So if you want to go shop some COBA merch, you need to go do that before 4 o'clock today.
I think an awesome drive here, and again, the depth of quality is extremely good, and probably more than I anticipated here in the in the spotted drive there. We actually have 2 and 3 switch there. Bring that one out, and that one goes 3. We've got a really good Barrow to win, and I think he's the one that's the combination of the show barrow look that we've been kind of seeking after, with that kind of presence that he offers, and still having more shape and more dimension than a couple of the other ones, and still at the same time, I call that one plenty sound and correct, particularly behind. I think over that much mass and that much shape and power, he goes really good. He gets just a little out at his elbow coming right at you. We drove him for just a minute, and he never gave up in that regard, and boy, that's a good-looking one. Again, very, very, very stout. The young lady is second in this class, and that barrow is extremely athletic, and I think she knows it. That barrow wants to go at a fast clip, and at the same time, she never let him up. I don't know that one would ever give up there. Clean jointed, good and strong-footed, angle to his shoulder, the bend to his honk, the length of his rump is tremendously good. You know, at home, we don't show very many spotted barrows, and I don't mean this again offensively. It's kind of painful to watch, because normally they can't go very good, and they start yelling and screaming and giving up, and that one never will. Give credit where credit's due. That is one good skeleton spotted barrow that still has shape up top. He still has spread there. He's not as bold as the ones on either end of him coming at you. He's not as developed, I guess, in terms of shape right out of his shoulder. But again, that one could definitely come, and boy, he's got a skeleton that'll never give up. I thought about switching this pair, and excuse me if it was my fault that made that confusion there as we pinned them. Because I did like this barrow's look from the side, extremely good. He is more powerful coming at you. He probably does have a notch more muscle there in the middle of his stifle there, and as he leaves you, he's wider constructed. You get on top, he's actually blander about his edge. The longer that we drove him, he got more restricted on either end of his body than the one that we beat him with, but that's still extremely high quality one to be in 3. Like I said, the depth is extremely good. This is the first barrow that entered the drive, and I sent him straight to the scales, and he deserved to be there. Tail set up where it needs to on the back of his hip. He's still square leaving you, and got a great big rear leg. He's a barrow that maybe gets a little bit more traditional in terms of his spot construction through his front end, if you will, a rounder shoulder, his elbow, knee, and front end. Maybe don't sit in him quite as right. He's not as attractive and tidy about his crest and his neck as this top trio there, but still very, very good barrow. I didn't know exactly where to fit this guy right here. He's probably as genuine in his rib shape, as big in his center cage as any of them. I think he's very athletic as he goes away from you there. He's a barrow that just reads a little quicker to me. He's a little shorter in terms of his stature, a little more jammed up front. He's a little shorter and rounder out of his hip too. And when you got him out here, he was probably also the heaviest finished. And I know we don't talk about that a lot, but in combination of frame size and where he sit from a condition standpoint, we ended up sliding him into 4. We've got a nice barrow here there that I think is sound, correct, and square. Needs a notch more muscle shape as you get in behind him. Again, awesome class of spots. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors one more time.
Results of Class 1 spot barrows. First place goes to Lake and Pool of Sayre, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Allie McGill of Thackerville, bred by Plett Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Wade Hill of Blanchard. Fourth place goes to Preston Haynes of Tecumseh. Fifth place went to Baylor Lott of Hydro Weekly. Sixth place shown by Jace Clark of Morris. Seventh place was shown by Jackson Connor of Tuttle. Eighth place was exhibited by Kinsey Crasser of Chattanooga. Ninth place shown by Kinsley Whittington of Tecumseh. And 10th place was shown by Cannon Derrickson of Leedy. We're now showing Class 2 spots. This will be your last class of spots before the division. During today's Barrow Show, we will pay premiums to the top 50 barrows. In the spot show, 3 are guaranteed premiums, and we will be lining up 6. So if you are in the top 5 of Class 1, you need to stick around for the division lineup. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns. Just a reminder, this is our last class of spots before the division lineup. So if you are first through fifth in Class 1, you need to be lined up in the holding pen, ready to go. We would also like to take a moment to thank our interns who are helping us this week. Abby Bianchi, JC Boardwine, Josie Coral, Lauren Davidson, Chloe Mabry, Jolie Taylor, Emma Chenault, Hallie Poland, Presley Poland, Luke Roselle, Michaela Nation, McKenna Morris, Maria Shea, Taylor McConnell, Ty McCorkle, and Paige Vieira.
Another really good class. I've said it so many times that each one of these classes have depth of quality and as much different differences and variation in terms of type and kind of quality livestock that you could ever present in one ring. And I knew the competition was going to be tough. I just didn't know necessarily or prepared that there was going to be this much variety, which is really cool. And I guess I shouldn't be taken off guard or surprised at all with the many breeders that are in this state that push the limits and is competitive not only in Oklahoma, but obviously on a national level. And you've got to do that with different pieces, different things in different directions and get everything to come together in the end. With all that being said, there is much differences as there are in terms of type and kind, and that the one that won the class maybe doesn't fit the exact mold we've used all day. He wins pretty easily for me. That is one stout, bulky, made kind of a barrow. He's good in his rib design. He's huge in his bone work, and look how loose and easy he is going across the surface there. I deem him athletic, and I also deem him stout, powerful, and very, very dense. He's a little different about his head shape, or maybe his neck and where it attaches to his body. For me, and we maybe talk about attractiveness more than guys like us to, I'd like to tidy him up about his cheek just a bit, but we're being critical again. A very, very tough class, and that one won in a pretty easy fashion for me. The decision for me actually was 2 and 3 on an individual merit. The barrow that comes in second, I like as good as any of them in terms of just his squareness of jaw and width between his eyes. Naturally, that one maybe is bold and wide and square at the top of his shoulder as any of them. He squares up behind his blade with really genuine shape. He's pinned wide, and that's probably the most muscular and truly the shapeliest barrow that we have in the top trio. I actually read the bend to his hock, the shape and the angle to his shoulder is very appropriate. He's just a little harder in his movement, more rigid as he crosses the surface. And we got a barrow in 3, I think, is one of those that hit me hard when he first came in. Again, he matches that one we just discussed in terms of stoutness, a little shorter bodied one, but still keeps his balance and proportionality together. I rate him a little crestier at the top of his neck. When he had those top 3, he too is a little shorter to step off of his rear 2, and maybe one to plane up in terms of ham shape and pin width there as you got in behind him. The biggest backed one, or one of the biggest backed ones there, actually comes in 4. Very, very good in terms of his loin edge. I like his upper body extremely good. He tended to narrow down as he came down to the surface. Again, a little bit different about his skull and head shape and where it's set on his body. He too, again, just a little bit harder in his movement. All those barrows had more width underneath in the barrow there that comes out in 5. I ended up redriving this barrow because he continually grew on me just a bit. I think that's because you got to appreciate him when you get right on top of him. His edge reads very square and very descript. I read that one as a little bit leaner and maybe more immature than a few of the other ones. If he'll come with just a notch more true skeletal width as the feeding period goes on, I think he'll be awfully good. He does give you a nice look there from the side. Another good spotted class. Kids did a great job. Put your hands together for them one more time. They're working really hard and doing an awesome job. Not really. Whenever you're able to feed and just get some more raw shape in him, I think he's going to be really good. Good job, buddy.
Results out of Class 2 spots. First place was shown by Cooper High of Sterling, bred by Jennings Show Pigs. Second place shown by Clacy Davis of Boswell, bred by Edmund Show Pigs. Third place went to James Urban of Hera. Fourth went to Blair Bear of Hartshorn. Fifth was shown by Channing Anderson of Coweta. Sixth place shown by Slayton Holloway of Woodland. Seventh place went to Jesse Pierce of Boswell. Eighth went to Kylie Green of Purcell. Ninth place was shown by Cole Cornell of Woodward. And 10th place was shown by Stetson Phillips from Watonga. We are now rolling on with our champion spot drive, followed by our spot lineup. Your winner out of Class 1 spot was Lake and Pool, and your winner out of Class 2 was Cooper High.
I feel like sometimes we come back after lunch and we kind of get a lull in the breeds, and you know, we maybe just kind of getting a point of the day that things become routine, and we don't ever want that as a judge, and particularly at an event of this caliber. But then when we got into the spots, it seems like the quality just ramped up that much more. Your heart started beating a little bit faster. They maybe even prepared even at a higher level, and what's been really neat the last calendar year or so, I felt like the spotted breed is just absolutely escalated in terms of quality, and there is still a lot of variation, yet at the same time we're sure making things are making strides there on the breeding side of token. I have to take my hats off to you. You know, you got the lightweight class. Those offer as much difference. I absolutely love the look, presence, and design of the barrow there that won that class. He's so square about his edge. That is a shapely spotted barrow there that's still extremely good in terms of the way he goes from behind. Tuck his elbow in him just a nickel, but boy, that's a show barrow whenever he comes in. Young lady did a good job. That second place barrow, he's still the same way as he was in class. That one is never going to give up. That one's as loose constructed as you'd ever have a spotted barrow, and obviously that's probably an area where we could always work on, or it looks like that, and that guy's definitely got a skeleton that'll never quit. If you're able to press on the gas and pour it to him, I bet he's pretty tough there in March. We got a big barrows there. They look like heavier weight, more mature barrows, as they should. That one that won that class is, again, so comfortable, so dense and bulky, and I don't necessarily use that term as a positive that many times, but that's what that barrow looks like as he enters the ring. We talked about him being a little deeper about his neck, maybe his head and neck not attaching to his body quite as high with maybe as much class as a couple of the other ones there. Maybe doesn't fit the mold as much as what I've used in other classes, but you've got to appreciate that pig, and that one's extremely, extremely good. Second, love his skull, love his shape, a little more rigid, but that's a very, very good barrow there. So congratulations again. Can't say enough to all the kids there with this projects. Wish them the best down the road. My favorite today is the lightweight. He's going to be our champion. Young man's heavyweight's going to be reserve.
Your champion spot was exhibited by Lake and Pool from Sayre, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Your reserve champion spot was exhibited by Cooper High from Sterling, bred by Jennings Show Pigs. Your third overall is second place in Class 1. That's Allie McGill from Thackerville. Fourth overall also comes out of Class 1. That is Wade Hill from Blanchard. Your fifth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Clacy Davis. Your sixth and final selection comes out of Class 2. That is James Urban from Hera. Congratulations to all of our spot exhibitors. We are now ready to start with Class 1 Yorks. If you are a Class 2 York, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. We will be taking about a 15-minute break between the York division lineup and the beginning of our crossbred drive, so just be getting that on your minds. If you are missing your keys, your car keys, they are in the show office. So if you realized in the last couple hours you don't have them, they're in the show office. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give them a round of applause as they make their way back to the barns. If you are in Class 2 Yorks, you need to be lined up in the holding pen immediately. Class 2 Yorks, you need to be lined up.
Man, as these lightweight Yorks peeled in, I felt, again, kind of like the intensity rose to a whole nother level. And to be real honest with you, the white breed, there's probably nothing that I enjoy looking at. It probably poured more into whenever we were breeding pigs as the solid white crossbred deal. And I absolutely love, back from whenever I was growing up, a good white Barrow. And yet at the same time, still kind of keeping everything honest. It's been pretty frustrating the last couple years, and yet things were getting better, and then here the last little bit it's gotten better, and this class is absolutely rock star phenomenal, and we could drive them for a long time. Had good tunes and awesome barrows. They're going to present it extremely well, and all I can tell you is if we're in the lightweight Yorkshire deal there, and if we got a couple months to go or 45 days to go or whatever, it's going to be a lot of fun there in March. And so a lot of things to say. I love the class and absolutely dig the barrow that wins. And this barrow was the first one in, or I guess right there at the onset of the class. And honestly, whenever you're evaluating them and judging them, and you can always nickel and dime and compare them and go, but when one enters a ring like this, it really doesn't matter what else comes there behind. We'll see how he matches up in just a minute, but I love that guy today in this particular ring. 2 and 3 are closer. There's more back shape and natural spread in the barrow that comes in 2. He's flatter in his top line, and again, I don't want to get just so in comparative nature. We can all just kind of measure them out and say, well, this one's better here, this one's better here, and we can maybe change them here. I know that's what we're here for, but at the same time, individually, that's easily the second best one. He's good about his arm. He's huge about his back shape, square coming at you, and to be real honest with you, he's probably even just better right at the mid portion of his shoulder and his elbow than our winner. You get him behind him, he wants to draw his hock in just a bit. He's got maybe just a little bit coarser look, if you will. The barrow that comes in 3 was in early, and I knew he was going to be tough. That is one gorgeous show barrow head right there that's wide between his eyes, attractive in his look. He's thick about his arm. He's the biggest legged whenever you get in behind him, and still very strong and stable in his footwork there. I'm sure we all like feeding barrows that are tall fronted and this kind of length of body because they're easier to manage, easier to manipulate, and get right there at the end. And at the same time, you start studying him cross the ring, and he just gets up there in the rear portion of his loin. You'd like to smash his spine down in him just ever so slightly. I rate him as the shorter rumped one of that top trio, but you've got to be really intrigued with his just general stoutness and just overall presence that he offers. This barrow right here is pretty neat, and the young lady does a good job on the stick. I kind of had to work to get a couple of different views of him, but this is a really, really tall fronted, extended, late maturing, elevated kind of a barrow. It's got tons of extension. It's going to take all the time to just get enough mass, enough spread, enough body, and just enough stoutness to match that top trio. But if he does, and he turns it on and does that, I think he's going to be really tough to get around. Awesome look, long hip. He's still square about his edge. We just need to open him up and mainly give him a bolder shape to his mid-body. This barrow right here is not lacking in any terms in terms of muscle. He probably squares up behind his blade as good as any of them. Ironically, I think the shape to his arm is extremely good, but he was the one that fell short from a squareness perspective. We talked a lot about their elbow wanting to roll out of their body. He wants to ankle in just a nickel as he comes at you. Kind of the same when he goes away from you. He's one of those that kind of has to use his hip instead of his rear leg, and we just like to square him right at the surface. This barrow here is another extremely good one. This is a phenomenal class for one to be this high quality in a lightweight Yorkshire deal. He's stout, one of those that reads very burly about his head, skull, and back there. He kind of wants to reach and search and get out of the side of himself as he leaves you. Kind of want to duck his pins as he crosses the ring. Need a shot more on this guy here, but the design from the side was awesome. Can't say enough about that class. So let's put our hands together, show them how much we appreciate it. Awesome drive.
Results of Class 1 York, first place shown by Brody Fox of Purcell, bred by STP Genetics. Second place was shown by Baylor Lott of Hydro Eakley, bred by Halfin Show Pigs. Third place went to Jace Clark of Morris. Fourth place was exhibited by Paisley Thorne of Marlow. Fifth place goes to Laney Merritt of Sterling. Sixth place goes to Lily Walker of Chickasha. Seventh place goes to Jaylee Voigt of Glencoe. Eighth place goes to Courtney Green of Stratford. Ninth place goes to Quinn Voss of Chisholm. And 10th place goes to Kinsley Moeller of Hennessy. We're now showing Class 2 Yorks. This is the last class of Yorkshire Bears. So if you were 1st through 5th in Class 1, you need to make sure you hang back in the holding area to get lined up for the division drive. At the conclusion of the division, we will be taking about a 15-minute break before we roll into the crossbred show. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Please give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns. If you were 1st through 5th in Class 1, you need to be getting in the holding pens to line up for the division.
Obviously, kind of went off on that lightweight Yorkshire class, and then we come in the heavyweight group with even more extreme pieces, even more things that you could gravitate to, and even more things to discuss. And again, can't say enough about the quality that we had in the white deal this time. And as we kind of go through there, we'll see as we get into those extreme pieces that we talked about. But there was one that I think is the most complete, and I don't use that term often because the first thing that whenever you hear complete, you usually think common, and yet at the same time, I want that to be analogous for fault-free, and that's what this barrow is right here on an individual merit. Again, he's balanced from the side, everything fits and proportions right, tall-shouldered, level design, square made. He's not as heavy structured as the three that are going to come out next, but he's got enough individually in this particular class, and then he's the one that blends his parts together more seamlessly, smoother at his transitional points there. And I got the impression whenever he came out that second time, the young man didn't want to show him from behind, and actually when we get out here, structure and the ability to stay somewhat collected and still with some range of motion is what allows him to win. And so a nice kind of a barrow there to be our class leader. The one that ends up in 2 hit me pretty good when he first came in, and I still wanted to see him drive a little bit longer. The reason he hit you good is because he is so stout about his mug, big about his arm, and huge about his rear leg. Honestly, we're about to see 3 of them that are just monstrous in terms of bone work, and to study the genetics that are behind those to get solid white barrows that are this stout is going to be very impressive, and I think very intriguing. This one beats the 1 in 3 because he hooks up better at his neck shoulder attachment. He's one of those that I guess he never got any different, but he sure wants to swing him from behind, and ultimately got him beat. This barrow comes in, and again, one that hits you very, very hard. I love the square shape that he has to his skull. Obviously, he's extremely dense and burly made kind of a barrow there. Just gets pretty different in where that neck and shoulder attachment is. From there back still could be leveled up. I just didn't think he balanced up from the side quite as well. You could say he's a rear leg improvement to the one that I beat him with. At the same time, we could square him up as he leaves you. The barrow right here just kind of gave up on us, and I'm not one of those that wants to drive them very long and just eliminate them as they go, but he needs to have a notch more endurance and stamina because I just don't think he's as athletic. But boy, he's shapely and genuine up top. On the standstill, at the backdrop, he may be as good as any of them because he's tall-shouldered and very, very balanced, and he's got just as much bone as those 2 right ahead of him. He's just got to go just a bit better. This barrow right here, when they first came out of those top 5, I said, well, I'm going to be able to match that one with the one that ultimately was our class leader because he's more immature about his head, neck, and crest, a longer body barrow that still stays level in his top line. But the longer that we studied him, I don't know if he's quite as fresh. Even though we call him more immature, he's not as fresh about his cage. He's not as fresh about his flank. Maybe just one of those barrows that needs to hydrate just a nickel better. And then right at the surface, he wants to get more closed about his foot design, just like to square him up right there at the ground. This barrow right here, if we could just strengthen his top line and make him more collected on the side, I could move him a couple spots up, scripted about his jawline, head and neck come out right. Still the angle to his blade is good. He's as comfortable as what we had minus our class winner. I just couldn't get him to just be strong enough in his top line to move him up any higher. Really stout one that rolls out next just gets a little restricted on either end of his body. Again, this is going to be a fun Yorkshire drive to go through. Both classes are extremely deep. Congratulations to them. My compliments to the exhibitors. Put your hands together for them as they exit.
Results out of Class 2 Yorkshires. First place was exhibited by Mac Walker of Chickasha, bred by Richie Livestock. Second place was shown by Bailey Weeks of Meeker, bred by Smith Show Pigs. Third place shown by Lane Stewart of Tecumseh. Fourth place was shown by Anna Dostal of Manford. Fifth place goes to Piper Brandon of Newkirk. Sixth place shown by Wyatt Dodd of Yukon. Seventh place was shown by Tatum Smith of North Rock Creek. Eighth place shown by Casey Duncan of Woodward. Ninth place was shown by Cole Johnson of Mustang. And 10th place was shown by Jacoby Brown of Hera.
Well, phenomenal Yorkshire drive, and I'll stay committed to you to tell you that when I know what I'm going to do, we're going to pull the trigger, we're going to move through the day, and at the same time, I think that you know by the rhetoric that we've talked and how much we've bragged on these, that the speed that we come to the microphone here in the champion drive, it definitely doesn't need to be interpreted that the quality wasn't high and wasn't maybe as good as I've seen solid white crossbred barrows assembled in one ring in a long, long time, which is encouraging to me. I love evaluating shows. I love studying them from the ringside, but there's just something about the Yorkshire ring that gets me going. And like I said, been a little frustrating, but y'all got it going on right here. But with all that said, there's one that actually literally gave me chills when he came in, and then I think it gets a little bit closer. But those lightweights are champion and reserve champion. Give them a big hand.
Well, congratulations to your champion York, exhibited by Brody Fox. Bred by STP Genetics, your reserve champion Yorkshire was shown by Baylor Lott of Hydro Eakley, bred by Halfin Show Pigs.
Okay, your third too. Good job, buddy.
Your third overall was exhibited by Jace Clark out of Class 1.
Good job, buddy. Oh yeah, we got him out here.
Your fourth overall is exhibited by Mac Walker out of Class 2. Your fifth overall is also out of Class 2. That's Bailey Weeks.
Them? Okay. Good job. Very good.
Your sixth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Lane Stewart. And your seventh overall comes out of Class 1. That is Paisley Thorne. Congratulations to all of our Yorkshire exhibitors. We're going to take about a 15-minute break and then get started back up with our crossbreds. We have another door prize winner. Congratulations to Brax Myers from Crescent. Brax Myers, you have a prize at the announcer's stand, sponsored by Toolman Feeders. All right, if you are Class 1 light cross bearers, you need to be lined up in the holding pen, ready to show. Class 2, you need to be making your way to the holding pens. All right, we are ready to start with Class 1 light crosses. If you are Class 2 light cross, you need to be in the holding pen. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barns.
get things back rolling here and drop into the crosses. I don't know exactly where our numbers are, but I think we have 4 on the light cross still. And obviously, with the breeds that we've had and the competition we had, I highly anticipate this set of them. Again, we come out here, a top trio, and the ones right behind them definitely have some things we could grab a hold to. But when this dark blue one comes in, that's kind of my number. That kind of look and attractiveness, height, the shoulder, level is design, squareness of build with just as much stoutness as what you need on a pig this particular size, and then one of those that we stop them today and evaluate them, maxed out enough and still got tons of future ahead of him. Then we got 2 and 3. That's where the decision for me lies. You get in behind them. The young lady gets the nod of that particular pair on an individual merit. That one's awesome in terms of the outward curve that he has to his rib, lays the foundation for a great big back and spread up top. He's actually stouter about his skull than our winner, and so there's some debatable points there, but maybe he's just not as tidy about his throat or as attractive up front, gets a little more wrinkled and maybe not as fresh there in the rear portion of his loin. But again, his advantage lies right when you get in behind him compared to the young man's Barrow here. And this one came in very first of the class. I knew he'd be competitive from the side. It gives you that silhouette that we'd like to have, and honestly, he's got the best set to his shoulder, the best bend to his forearm and knee, and allows him to drive off the forefront of his skeleton as good as any of them. You get in behind, he wants to get a little wide right at his stifle, a little wider at the center of his hock. It just needs to be a little squarer there. When it gets this tough there, I think we've just got to be very picky. He's probably just a bit better at his loin. So again, those are the two, that's a close decision there. On the standstill, we like this one a lot. We ask him to go. He needs to be more athletic. But boy, he is square behind his blade. Awesome in terms of his head carriage, his ear set. He reads as a youthful, immature kind of a Barrow there. And really, regardless when we're at, I think he'll always give you that illusion. He's a little bit flatter about his stifle, and like we say, a little shorter to step off of either end of his body. I like this Barrow right here that comes in next. I'd like to strengthen him in his front posture and maybe make his relationship between height and length match just a bit better. But boy, that Barrow's got as big of a pin set of any of them there. You get on top of him, you're really impressed by just how broad his back is. I think a Barrow there that's going to be very good in the end. I hope he grows just a little bit of height to match that extra length of body that he offers. This Barrow hit me pretty good when he came in. Again, levelness design, great big rib cage. He's a thicker armed kind of a Barrow there comparatively, and we like that about him. Maybe just a little bit blander about his shape, more general about his look whenever you get on top of him. Again, he's another one of those that as he continues to grow, I hope he doesn't shut down from a frame size perspective so that everything fits and matches, because he is a really stout, dense made Barrow. This one needs to be strengthened up in his top line, and again, maybe just blend just a bit better. I liked his maturity pattern and just overall look there up front very, very well. Awesome way to kick off the crossbred division. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos once again.
Results out of Class 1 light cross. First place was shown by Piper Wilson of Weatherford, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place goes to Emma Throckmorton of Marlow, bred by MC3 Ward's Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Jackson Bowe of Merritt. Fourth place goes to Daisy Prince of Shakota. Fifth place shown by Quinn Voss of Chisholm. Eighth place goes to Lake and Pool of Sayre. Ninth place goes to Brian Holt of Shattuck. And 10th place goes to Cody Castle of Perkins Tryon. We're now showing Class 2 light cross. If you are in Class 3, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We have another door prize winner, Lane Laughlin from Tecumseh. You have won a door prize sponsored by Toolman Feeders, so come to the announcer stand and collect your door prize.
Well, incredible class again, and obviously, yeah, I've said it a few times, but before the first pig enters the ring in a class like this, you can just feel it. If you're out here in the center, and I knew it was going to be good. We got 12 pinned or to the scales. We got 7 back and go. And to be real honest with you, I didn't know exactly where we were going to land. I didn't know exactly what order they were going to come as they came out of those placing pins, but I had a pretty good inclination that the young man there that wins the class was going to win. This barrow fits the mold of what we're using as far as presence and attractiveness. And then there's the barrow that's probably the most genuine up top. He's the best in terms of his edge. He's one of those that's comfortable in his skeleton. He offers some width and some stoutness without getting out of bounds. And yet at the same time, you get him out here and watch him cross the ring. There's the most extended one up front. He's the cleanest about his jawline. And again, combines the look and presence that we're after, combines that with a comfortable skeleton and the muscle hog shape that he needs to have to be up there at the top end. So again, I didn't know exactly where they go, but he's the one that I thought from the very beginning was going to be our winner. Young lady ends up with 2 with the blue belted one here, and I've got to give it to her out here, and I've tried to make sure that we give that barrow benefit of the doubt, same as I do with all the kids out here. But I've got a daughter at home that gives every pig a try, and I can tell you right now that one was tough to get broke and tough to show, and she's doing everything she can with that one. I don't mind if they bulb some. Obviously, there's nothing that she can do. When he gets himself gathered up and kind of gets his life together, that is one good crossbred barrow right there. He is stout. The bend to his arm is right. His hip, his rear leg is right. His depth of body is good. He's parallel and symmetrical in his lines from the side. He's the next one past our winner that's appropriate from a length of body, length of front end, and length of hip perspective there. Compared to our winner, he's a bit flatter in terms of his rib design, and obviously you'd just like him to grab himself together, collect himself, and be comfortable there. Again, props to her to get one that bobs as bad as he does shown and put together. Good pig to be in too. 3 and 4 are very, very similar. Opted with the one that had more shape up top, more expression to his hip. He's got more shape and expression when you get in behind him from a stifle perspective. And even though I would like to extend him from his shoulder to his ear, maybe extend him out of his hip, he's still longer and more attractive about his front end and maybe just a little slicker about his neck than the one that comes below him. Again, ultimately, I'd like to extend him on either end of his body, kind of hook his neck into his shoulder just a little bit neater fashion. Young man's barrow that comes in 4. Again, this was the pair right here because I think that barrow is actually just a shot more comfortable. I read him very dense and burly about his body. A big, bulky, centered one that still doesn't get wasty through his midrib. Where he does is through his cheek and his jowl. He mimics that when you get on top of him. He's the plainest about his edge. He's the least shapely when you get there behind. I've just got to crispen him up and give him a notch more just genuine expression there. This barrow right here is the odd one of the group, and he's probably the most immature, the latest maturing, and one of those that you could deem the greenest one of those top 5. Today he just didn't have enough, but obviously I'm always drawn to ones that have that height the shoulder, have that look and presence, and not only is he clean about his throat latch, that is where their head and neck are supposed to come out of their body, regardless if we're talking about pigs, sheep, goats, or cattle. That's the way they're supposed to look there. Today he needs more rib, he needs more flank, he needs to be stouter as he leaves you. That's why it gets close here, because from his shoulder back, the young man's barrow probably is better than the one that I beat him with. Obviously got more dimension leaving you. He ties his leg down deeper on his leg, or his ham down deeper on his leg, excuse me, and he's more expanded down low. At the same time for me, and I didn't probably look too much, he gets pretty cresty up top, a little deeper about his throat and where it ties into his body there. Good pig right here. Testament again to how tough the class is. Square up top, just didn't put everything together here from the side. Really, really good class. My compliments to them. Put your hands together. We drove those a little bit longer. They did an awesome job.
Results out of Class 2 Light Cross. First place was shown by Mason Morris of Yukon, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place shown by Carson Kettner of Central High, also bred by Goss Livestock. Third place goes to Clifford Frankie of Covington Douglas. Fourth place was shown by Sutton Strike of Yukon. Fifth place goes to Avery Throckmorton of Marlow. Sixth goes to Will Jasper of Jones. Seventh went to Madeline McLean of Leedy. Eighth place went to Riley Schoaf of Yukon. Ninth place went to Bexley McGill of Thackerville. And 10th place went to Bryce Bagwell of Bing FFA. We're now showing Class 3 light crosses. If you are in Class 4, you need to be in the holding pen at this time.
Another tough class of blues here, and I think maybe as much a depth of quality as what we've had in this division for sure. And one of my very favorite things to do ringside, and you know, I run each one of those classes as a judge, maybe just a little bit differently than the last one. And like I said, the complexion of the class and what's presented kind of lends itself, to, in my mind, to find logic in maybe a little different way. But again, like I said, on the side of the ring, it's fun to watch just kind of how things shake out as you sort and as you rework. And once you kind of eliminate and go, and this is a class that even me in the middle of the ring, every time we took one out or we got another group together, things kind of shook out just a little bit differently, and we got to kind of figure out the totals and again the logic behind things. And then at the same time, when you get this top trio here and you get off from the far side of the ring, watch them cross across the ring here. They're very similar and very alike in body type. They're good in their shape. They're comfortable in their design. They're square in their build. They're hogs there that for me I deem complete and fault-free, and yet still they look like they were bred, fed, and presented to be show pigs. Once you get out here though and start totaling them up, the young lady ends up being our winner, and you get him on his own individual merit. That is one good skeleton Barrow there. His backward shape to his forearm, his knee, where his blade lays on his body is so comfortable. We talk about that a lot today because I believe that if you could get their front structure built like that, they get to somewhat indestructible there, and from everything there back it goes. They're able to drive and plant and push and go with the authority that this guy does. He's long out of his hips. Some would say, well, he tips a little bit in his pin set, and yet at the same time that allows him to just get his rear leg forward and back and utilize it. That is a functional Barrow that's got a big rib cage, a huge back, a good muscle texture. Everything fits, everything works. Form and function is extremely good. The young man needs to follow in second, and honestly that Barrow may be just a little bit taller shouldered. He may be even hooked in just a little bit higher in terms of his neck set. I also read him a little more immature about his skull and maybe body and muscle when you get him behind. In the end, that may actually benefit him. There wasn't as much pig right there compared to the young ladies, but he was the next one that fit from a composition, again, skeletal build perspective, and one that offered a lot of quality there. Young man was first in the ring. I knew he'd be up top. I'm always going to use Barrows like this to be up in the top end of classes. And again, when I use the word complete, I don't want that to be construed as common. I see this Barrow as a very fault-free, no excuses, safe kind of a pig that's still square up coming at you. Elbow is made in him right. He's comfortable as he goes. He may be truly the very biggest bodied. At the same time, he gets just a little bit plainer out of his hip, maybe a little plainer when you got him behind him. He was one of those, again, I'm not calling age. Do not ever think that I'm saying that. He just looks a little bit more mature about his head, neck, and crest and forefront of his body compared to those two right ahead of him. Dark blue one right here is one of those that actually grew on me. When he first came in, I thought, well, here's a really stout, powerful, muscle kind of a Barrow here that's going to be a little bit shorter and bunchier in his muscle pattern, maybe not as tall-fronted as what I'm usually use at the top end of classes, and ultimately that's all the things that get him beat. But if we talk about positives, he is round-ribbed and genuine-bodied. His proportionality is extremely good, and honestly, once he figured out the show ring surface, he got more comfortable as the drive went on. Like I say, taller shouldered, maybe gets a little bit bunchier about his muscle. The next Barrow of his is just the opposite. From the side, I actually probably prefer him. He truly runs uphill, and one of those Barrows that looks like he'll continue to feed and get to his end point and maybe have even stronger days ahead of him. I'm a little concerned, though, where he's going to land in terms of rear leg set when you get him behind. He's a little wider, right at the center of his hock and stifle, and actually a little shallower hammed, if you will, but still very, very good, predominantly white Barrow. The outlier of the group, the intriguing one that's probably going to turn heads there in the back of the barn, and probably does, is the next one here. Obviously, great big, shaggy, hairy, highly fit legs, but at the same time, they function extremely well. He's a lower set, longer bodied Barrow. Doesn't balance as well. He's probably one of those that reads a little flatter about his rib shape. If he got extra full, he'd probably draw his belly down to the ground more and take away from his balance. This young man obviously has him maxed out. I guess there was just too many things that didn't fit together, but still very, very interesting one. He's still fresher than the next Barrow. This one has a truer body shape, a bolder shape up top. I prefer his maturity pattern just a bit. Just not as fresh enough in his look. It's a little hard there at his hip-loin junction. We could go on forever. We got to keep moving on in the show. Awesome class. The Blues have been incredible. Put your hands together for them real big.
Results of Class 3 Light Cross. First place shown by Madeline McLean of Leedy, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place goes to Carter Perry of Pond Creek Hunter, bred by Larry Bird. Third place shown by Mac Walker of Chickasha. Fourth was shown by Violet Humphreys of Moreland. Fifth place goes to Carson New of Sterling. Sixth goes to Wyatt Dodd of Mustang. Seventh goes to McKenna Smith of Hinton. Eighth place shown by Oakley Hinsey of Pond Creek Hunter. Ninth goes to Brian Holt of Shattuck. And 10th place was shown by Trenton Haney of Arnett Ellis. We're now showing Class 4 Light Cross. This is the last class of light crosses before the division lineup. So if you are 1st through 8th in classes 1 through 3, you need to be in the holding pens at this time to get lined up for the division. 1st through 8th in 1 through 3, you need to get lined up for the division. The exhibitors in the ring may be excused. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barns. Just a reminder, this is our last class of light crosses. So if you were in the top 8 in classes 1 through 3, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to line up for the division drive. If you placed first through eighth in classes 1 through 3, you need to be in the holding pen for the division lineup. If you placed first through eighth in classes 1, 2, and 3, you need to be in the holding pen for the lineup. If you are not here when it is your turn in the lineup, you will be skipped and we will move on to the next exhibitor.
An awesome class here on the heavyweight blues, and yet at the same time we went through it in a quick fashion. And I guess this is kind of the point of the show that again, I've said several times I don't want things to be a cookie cutter mold, or I don't think they have to be. I don't think we have to use the exact same kind. But when you've got quality presented, you should be able to set somewhat of a pattern. And if you didn't know that I was going to start with this blue belted one, then you haven't been watching, or maybe I have not done my job, because this one wins really easily when he hits it's the gate there. Tall fronted, extended, show barrow that's got presence, and more importantly to me, that is an indestructible skeleton. All the angles read true, right, and functional. And like I've said, if their skeleton is assembled like that, that allows them to balance and put things together. And then it still covers his basis in terms of muscularity, the correct composition from a market hog perspective. Good way to end. A great class winner there. The one that comes in 2 is extremely good, and honestly, some guys would maybe argue that one's even stouter about his rear leg. He's even stouter about his arm and his head, and I wouldn't argue there. At the same time, a very well balanced barrel. Everything proportions from the side extremely good. He's aggressive about his back shape, and again, at the backdrop, that one is one that's going to take an absolutely killer photo, and one that I'd be proud to have my kids showing at home today. He's a little straighter up through his shoulder. He's straighter in his hock and just more restricted on either end of his body. The one that comes in 3, I want to make them is this loose structured, obviously, this correct there from the side, and that mimics even our class winner from just a bend and flex perspective. Range of motion is awesome. He's actually very, very good coming at you. I almost didn't pin him back there at the beginning because he needs more from behind, but then he flipped around and came at you. He's still genuine in his chest. He's flat about his sternum and square at the top of his blade. Hopefully weight will permit, time will come, and genetics will work, and he'll respond to some supplements. You give him a little bit of booty, and that one's going to get pretty tough. I liked him from the side just a bit better than the next barrel here. This one's a very practical, very middle of the road kind of a barrel. Again, we've deemed several of them safe in the blue deal, and again, I don't want that to come across negative, but this one's always going to be comfortable. He's always going to be practical and good in his body shape. His muscle texture is good and dense. He just needs a little more of it. Again, put on the gas and get going. If that one shapes up, I think he'll be awfully good, and he's got the running gear to handle it. Big, heavyweight, powerful, wide constructed market hog that comes out next. You get in the show ring, he's got a little more crest, a little rounder about his hip, and wants to drag his rear leg underneath himself just a bit more. I like this one's genuine shape, and maybe just the ability to have a great big expressive lean made back, if you will. All the transition points just didn't blend quite as smoothly as what they need to. Young man had a tough time getting that one in the pin, but that's another good barrel. I like his frame size. I like his height, the shoulder extension. He still reads a little immature, even though we're at a heavier weight status today, early Feb, but still a very good one. Great way to end. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos one more time. It's going to be an awesome champion drive.
Results out of Class 4 Light Cross. First place shown by Claire Voss of Chisholm, bred by Wilbur Genetics. Second place shown by Madeline Norvell of Amber Pocasset, bred by 4B Farms. Third place shown by Kaysen Camp of Laverne. Fourth place shown by Grant Gosney of A-Line Clio. Fifth place goes to Riggs Dowell of Guthrie. Sixth place shown by Silver Bentley of Navajo. Seventh place shown by Kaysen McCarley of Central High. Eighth place goes to Eli Jacobs of Guyman. Ninth place goes to Gentry Terrell of Prague. And 10th place goes to Carson Cooper of Calumet. We are now showing for champion light cross. Your winner out of Class 1 was Piper Wilson. Your winner out of Class 2 was Mason Morris. Your Class 3 winner was Madeline McLean. And coming out of Class 4, your Class 4 winner was Claire Voss.
I knew the crossbreeds would be good, and you could kind of feel, like I said, the emotion here in the center of the ring, and things continue to build and go. And then maybe at this particular point, the hardest that my heart's been beating, the most silence there ringside. And maybe that's just the way that I felt in here, because you get these 4 class winners in here, and some of them wait in the rings, and absolutely as captivating as you could get, and as awesome as I anticipated the crossbred deal, the blue deal to be. And I don't know how long you guys in Oklahoma have split these off, and it kind of got to be a norm there across the country. There, I'm going to say 5-6 years ago, it might have been longer or not. But the rhetoric there as breeders, we'd say, well, we just need a place to market our blue ones, because when we get to the end point, they didn't really have a fighting chance against those belts and chromes and louder marked ones. And basically what we were admitting was they just weren't good enough. And at the same time, we still wanted to sell them. And what we did as a show community, and what is very typical and what I would expect you guys in Oklahoma to do, is we grabbed us a division. We were able to market them that way, and then we just got them flat good. And I don't know, in the last 2 years, there's been more blue ones tied into having the great big banner than I'd ever anticipated there when we started splitting them. That's a lot of words to saying that this is maybe as 4 high caliber, high end crossbred bears that you could have in the ring, regardless what color they are. We started with that first one. I said that pig had my number, and he definitely does there. I love them when they have look and pizzazz and are captivating, have that show ring presence. You can tie that with enough stoutness, a genuine loin edge, a square hip, and it just keeps everything in check there for sure. He's the wildest looking one, no doubt. The young man there that comes out of the next Class 1, maybe the most, the toughest class, the deepest class, the most consistent class, all those things that you'd put together, and yet he was the one that he came in and I knew would probably win. We continued to total him out, and he was the one that I knew would fit in the mix, needed to represent that class. He's the biggest backed. He's the most aggressive about his edge, the deepest dished one. It ties on his loin right, and then he drops down with a beautiful rib cage there. He's one of those that I know no matter who's in the ring, surely that one gets along in a lot of different areas. Then we've got the predominantly white one that came in. Again, that was a class with, we had a set of pigs that were able to latch onto form and function and skeletal correctness, and he's the one that exemplified it at a whole new level. That is one comfortable bear. The only thing that spooked him was that table over there, which probably spooks me too. But we got a really good skeleton there, awesome rib, everything symmetrical there. He's not just as neat and tidy as a couple of the other ones up front, but if we can make market hogs like that more repetitively, we're going to definitely be in better shape. Good pig there. And then we had that heavyweight class. awesome way to win, or at the end, and we had a winner there that we commented, if I have not done my job as a show judge to say if you didn't think this was my kind. Height, the shoulder, extension, look, attractiveness, absolutely flawless in terms of his skeleton. He's the longest from his stifle back of any of the pigs that we've had up at the very top end. He matches that with the extension up top. Is he as rugged or big-legged as a couple of the other ones? Probably not, but on an individual merit, that's enough. He's my favorite. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations, your champion light cross is shown by Claire Voss out of Class 4.
That second comes in, and he's one of those, again, I made a comment about one midway in one of those classes that would turn your head in the back, that you'd follow the ring and see how they do, and this second place bear is one of those. So good in terms of his balance, symmetry. He's probably truly the stoutest about his head, his jaw, and still it's hooked up right on top of his shoulder. I'm wanting to be just a little looser constructed, but that is one neat show bear that any family should be proud to have. Again, lots of different ways that you could go. I've got to use the ones that I like the very most. That little lightweight did it for me in class. He's going to be reserve champion today.
Your reserve champion light cross is shown by Piper Wilson. Coming in the ring now is Emma Throckmorton. Your third overall shown by Mason Morris. Coming out of Class 2, we need Carson Kettner, second place. Your fourth overall comes out of Class 3. That's Madeline McLean. We need Carter Perry, second place, Class 3. Your fifth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Carson Kettner. We need Clifford Frankie in the ring. Third place, Class 2. Your sixth overall is Carter Perry out of Class 3. We need Mac Walker. Your seventh overall comes out of Class 2. That's Clifford Frankie. We need Sutton Strika, fourth place, Class 2. Eighth overall comes out of Class 2. That's Sutton Strika. We need fifth place, Class 2, Avery Throckmorton. Your ninth overall comes out of Class 4. That's Madeline Norvell. We need Kaysen Camp. Tenth overall comes out of Class 3. That's Mac Walker. We'll bring in Violet Humphreys. Eleventh overall comes out of Class 1. That's Emma Throckmorton. We need third place, Class 1, Jackson Bowe. Your 12th overall is Kaysen Camp out of Class 4. We need Grant Gosney. Well, congratulations to all of our light cross exhibitors. We're going to take a super quick break. If you are in Class 1 Dart Cross, you need to be lining up in the holding pen at this time. All right, we are almost ready to go for Class 1 Dart Crosses. Emma Throckmorton, you need to be lining up in the holding pen. We are getting ready to start back with the show. All right, we are ready to roll. Class 1 dart cross is coming in the ring now. Class 2 dart cross, you need to be lining up in the holding pen. Also, Champion's Choice stand is leaving in 1 hour, so if you need to do any last-minute shopping, go over there before they leave. If you were champion light cross, your awards are up at the announcer stand, so please come get them when you can. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns.
pulling the dark crosses, and I think a neat way to start here again, probably obviously the lightweight one. We've got more things to work out and directions that we're headed, and I guess more guesswork, if you will, in this particular class, and yet a lot of quality. Again, I don't like it when guys say that let's combine them or blend them because we just frankly can't. So we got to judge what we've got in here. But if you could take qualities of the top three, or really even 4 and 5, and maybe alter a couple things about each one of them, then you'd have one that was a really, really good and slam dunk winner. At the same time, and again, I don't want to always start out with a negative and come across maybe more critical, but if you could just strengthen this guy's mid back just a bit, he would go in again, a slam dunk fashion. I love his width that he comes at you. When they get that bold at this particular size with that much dimension, they're their center blade and can still keep their body or their elbow and their body functionally. I think that you'll be there for the long haul. He drives off a really powerful rear leg, a square hip, awesome body shape, and his center cavity is what separated himself above the Calico Barrow that came in second here. This one reads more immature and greener, if you will. He needs to have more flesh and fill up in his mid body to be our winner, but I think past that, that's a pretty good prospect right there. He's tall fronted, long bodied, but everything hooks in right. Hip and rear leg functions extremely good. He has a stout and yet again immature look about him. He's just one of those that looks like if we take him at the right pace, he grabs a hold of the feed bucket, fleshes at the right time, and things play in his favor. I think he could be awfully good there in the end. His rear leg is more secure than the black one that comes in next. Now, this solid black Barrow is the most aggressive in terms of his back shape that we had in class, and still really good in his look up front. He kind of wants to squat and dip his hip just a bit and get underneath himself. I think to compensate would just maybe need to be rebuilt out of his rear structure just ever so slightly. Same goes with the next Barrow here. He's the first one in the ring. Send him to the scales quickly. I love his body shape and outward curve that he has to his rib. Head and neck comes out of his body at the right angle as well. We could say that he was the preference and from a comfort level standpoint, but then again, in terms of rear leg shape, you get in behind and wants to push the center hock out just a bit. Maybe gets just a little bit flatter there right at the ground. I liked his hip levelness just a bit better than the chromed up one that comes in next. Big, bulky, centered, stout constructed. I call him comfortable enough. He's just the shortest in his upper rump, the steepest in his hip, and rounder in his overall look. This Barrow gets just a little bit constricted, or just a little restricted, I should say, off of either end of his body, because he is set up straighter and more stilty there through his shoulder. But still, great way to kick off the darks. It's going to be a fun show, big division. Put your hands together for him real quickly. Congratulate him and wish them the best down the road.
Results out of Class 1 Dark Cross. First place exhibited by Gus Goodson of Tecumseh, bred by J.D. Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Emma Throckmorton of Marlow, bred by Halfin Show Pigs. Third place goes to Autry McConnell of Wellston. Fourth place goes to Braxy Sharp of Waukomis. Fifth place was shown by Hallie Johnson of Big Pasture. Sixth place goes to Gus Goodson of Tecumseh. Seventh place goes to Brooklyn Bunch of Lindsay. Eighth place was shown by Kinsey Crasser of Chattanooga. Ninth place was shown by Brock Johnson of Central High. And 10th place was shown by Heidi Milam of Sterling. We're now showing Class 2 Dark Crosses. Class 3, you need to be lined up in the holding pen, ready to go. And congratulations, we have another door prize winner, Bexley McGill from Thackerville. You have won a door prize sponsored by Toolman Feeders, so come pick up your prize from the announcer stand. Sutton Paulson from Class 2 Dark Cross. Your class is going in the ring, so you need to get to the holding pen if you're coming this way. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns.